Stabilize to save. There is always the chance we encounter an issue I didn't see or something like that may go wrong, but given I replaced basically all the mods with the old versions we were running before, and I rolled back to the 1.3.6 version, I think we should be good. I think we should be fine here. So fingers crossed. Also, given kind of the state of the multiplayer grand campaign of Arista and the fact that we're more or less game over now, I mean, I could wait for that child to come of age and then put them on a throne, but I mean, I'd have to wait another session or two and things like that. I am going to call the multiplayer grand campaign. Generally speaking, I may rejoin it later as a nation, depending on where things go and like Vic or something like that. We'll see. But for now, I think I'm going to call it. I don't know. Coming back to it, all our family's basically gone. There's not much connection with the old characters. And I don't know. I've lost a lot of passion in that campaign. It's also just a little out there for my taste. So I think I am going to end that campaign. Instead, I'm going to be doing the upcoming Vic campaign, I think, because I really do want to get back to the Vic roleplay. So that is the plan going forward with regards to that. Arista is really fun. They're an interesting house. The Basque culture is really cool. I do wish I could have gone further with that, but given kind of where things are at, I think it's best to kind of to call it there. So just a heads up on that as well. Put the nail in the coffin on that. So in regards to the House Torres campaign, now that we actually can continue, I did a very, I think, quick summary at the start of yesterday's session, but just one more time. Simon Torres is on the throne once more. He took power in the Civil War against Napoleon II after he kind of failed to really grow the economy and succeed anywhere financially, especially given he was an embezzler. He built a diplomatic network, though, got Cuba and Somalia into a customs union, but lost that during the Civil War. Since then, we've kind of been more or less rebuilding our diplomatic status and reputation in Europe and the world. We now have both Cuba back in our customs union and Egypt. We gave basically a favor for whatever they would like to join our union to compete with the large economic blocks in France, which includes the Americas, Quebec, Scandinavia, and France and the lowlands and the Netherlands. The British bloc, which includes Castella and almost all of South America. And then, of course, the giant Germanic economic bloc. So to try and compete with that, we did manage to get Egypt into our own economic bloc. Kind of ironic given that we took the Suez from them several generations ago, but you know, economics always comes before politics, especially in this era. And as such, we will be taking back the Suez Canal and being able to retain that, as well as having Egypt being a close trading partner. So probably... My mic's fucked? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. Is this any better? Or is it still having issues? I can stop the stream really quick and go try and bug fix it if needed, which I really should. I know why. How about now? Is this any better? Or is it screwed up? Okay, cool, we're good. All right. Anyway, where was I? All right, so we formed our economic bloc right now. In terms of our priorities, we're very focused on three things, actually. Economic growth, which has absolutely exploded under the reign of Simon Torres in the last few years. We are now 5th in the world, right behind even the US, and we're competing at a global scale in terms of our economic power. The other focus would be colonial, given that Asia is kind of now more or less under the influence of the Chagatai. And the Americas are still very sovereign and really hard to colonize in. The only remaining territory is in Africa, and given we're kind of starting to almost see the beginning of the scramble for Africa happening with the Chagatai and the Germany taking so much, we're also competing there. We've got colonies along the Congo, in the Congo down there in the south, in the Nile Basin region, obviously in West Africa. We've got a few down the southern coastline, and then a little bit of Madagascar, but we didn't get much of it. Most of that ended up actually going to the Chagatai and the French. So, and our third and final focus, of course, is Italy. Given that we are no longer technically the Emperor of Italy after Simon Torres took back power, and we are no longer acknowledged as Emperor of Italy by the remaining powers in Europe, and certainly not the ones in Italy. I believe Savoy still does back us for forming the Italian nation. Yeah, Italy, Savoy, and that's it. So Lombardy and Ferrara, and of course Germany, all do not want us to form Italy. We are obviously looking for any way we can to take the last remaining territories in Italy and to form the Italian state, which will be difficult to do. Diplomatically, we have defensive pacts with the Brazilians, the Chagatai, and Cuba. We have trade agreements with the British, the Chagatai, and Somalia. We are rivals with the Byzantines, the Castellans, the Ferrara, and the French. We have obviously still the Sardinian Indonesian Company, though we've lost a lot of territory there to the Chagatai. And we have alliances of interest with the British and the Chagatai as well. So that is the current diplomatic state. The other major thing right now is there is a war potentially about to happen in Asia, where the British are attempting to go to war with the Hosokawa for more land in the southern region of Japan, which is very ambitious. We are allied with them for colonial interests primarily, and as such, we will be on their side in this war alongside Germany and Castalla, though the Japanese themselves, the Koreans, and the Chagatai are still undecided on that conflict. So regardless, we are going to be going to war, and as such, let's go ahead and mobilize the army under Simon Torres, and we will send the navy. So it is ready to go to Asia right now as well. We can. We'll have to wait on that. This is not Hoi 4. I can't send my navy on missions until we're in a war. Given that we're potentially about to go to war as well, I'm going to hold a fleet review. That's about it. We do still have all the Morganrota content as well, so we're going to continue our aviation problems. Need to build a railway in Apula and Sicily as well. Let's check our trade routes to see if anything bugged. I don't think it did, given all the mods are back, but not really. We're looking pretty good here. Still have our massive economy. Do we have any goods we could really trade right now? Lots of fertilizer, but I don't think there's really anyone to buy it. There is not. Surplus of silk from the Chagatai. We will export that to the German market. Germany, we obviously are hostile to ideologically, but we still do trade with them. We're not outright rivals, mainly due to how powerful they are. We can't really afford to be a rival with them. But given they're blocking the formation of Italy and given how radical their government is, we are obviously very unfriendly to them, but just not outright hostile for strategic and economic reasons. So, just as the commercialized agriculture law looked ready to topple, Cesare Bozzelli rallied their faction. Now, as the support needs to pass without compromise. Beautiful. We're currently trying to pass commercialized agriculture as well, continuing the land reforms of Simon Torres. He took us from tenant farmers to homesteading, giving some land ownership rights to regular Sardinians. And now he's trying to do a final reform into commercialized modern agriculture. We will see if we can actually pass that, though, given the old guard and the nobility certainly would not be looking for that to happen. Our government is made up of the right bloc, conservatives primarily, as well as the church, reactionaries, village interest, aristocracy, military, and business interests. All right, we will spare no expense for the fleet review to keep it up to date. We are in a little bit of a debt right now, but not too much, so we can kind of not worry about it too much. And the Chagatai are going to join on the side of the Hosokawa, so we will be fighting them in Asia here. Something we certainly did not want, but given we do want to support European interests in Asia, and the precedent sets, and we also want to support the British, we will go for it. We'll speak to the British for our fleet review. Now the war has begun. Let's go ahead and dispatch the Navy immediately. Let me check something real quick. Aha, I wondered about that. Okay, cool. The fleet review has started and our ships attract the attention of the crowd. They are amongst the most advanced in the world. We'll start raiding the Chagatai's Oh, the war's moving. I thought it had already started because the front lines were there. But no, not quite yet. During the fleet review, our ship's crews have displayed a quite poor performance. I'd worried about that. Our naval professionalism is basically non-existent. It's really languished, having not fought in major naval wars for quite some time. So we may struggle a little bit here when we shouldn't have to. Unfortunately. But with ironclads and a really modern fleet, that may be enough to carry us here. Most prominent member of Sardinia high society have been organizing luxurious parties in the new and lavish urban buildings. We have most of our power base still in the nobles and aristocracy, so we'd be very much supporting that. It's okay. Cristoforo Shipa has tried to fly as high as possible with his balloon with an altitude of 9,900 meters. He was unable to beat our country's previous record. We really are not innovating in terms of air and flight, are we? We are so far behind. I think the British still have most of the records right now as well, by the way. We're going to send Simon Torres back to Japan. Again, he grew up there, actually originally, right around here. He grew up here in his younger days. So he will head back to Japan to work alongside the Japanese to push the Hosokawa there. Actually, I don't think Japan's technically in the war, but he knows the terrain well. Corradino Palmari, we will send to Madagascar. And then Sebastiano Persico, we will send to our holdings in Gabon. I missed that. That was important. Fuck. What did they want? Maybe we can do it with them again. They wanted a defensive alliance. We can certainly agree with that. We've more or less kind of decided in this war, really not actively, but through the course of events, that we are going to side more with the British rather than the Chagatai long term, given we'd be much more comfortable with European powers and the fact that although the British are more liberalized now and have a full republic, they are not that radical. So they're definitely a government we'd like to work with more than the Chagatai, though economically, the Chagatai are still much more useful to us. I think we may have a lot of those trade routes cut off with them, actually, unfortunately. No, we are actually still trading with them. Okay. In terms of our construction, we are working on rubber plantations now all across our African colonies. All right, the war has started officially. The open market play in Japan to open the market of the Hosokawa. We're looking to open the Hosokawa market, revoke the claim on Shikoku, return Shandong to the British, transfer Malacca to the British, Jesus, and open the Chagatai's market. None of this is good for us, but the only upside is we are getting a strong ally in the British Republic. A very unexpected ally to really be actually getting at this point of the game. Very unexpected. The Hosokawa are looking to return the British-controlled regions of Japan, return the Moluccas from Carso, Sardinia to the Hosokawa as well, and to blend slavery in the British Republic. Hold on. They have debt slavery, I remember. I feel like the church, it just has been hauled out of its influence and it's just used as a puppet to secure more power. Yeah, they have no major power left over in Sardinia. After hundreds of years of hostility with the Pope and the secularization really early on of Carso Sardinia, they would be very uninfluential, I would say. Should roll up to date on everything here. All right. As I said, Solomon himself is leading men in Japan right now. In Koshi, as we're pushing down the islands there. We have a general in Madagascar and a general in the Congo as well. No, so the way that Vic 3's war goals work is if you join a war like this, you don't get to demand anything. So we're going to roleplay-wise bank on the fact that basically us supporting the British here in such a huge war, right, will allow us the opportunity to get their help in a colonial war of our own, regardless of who that is with. Maybe with the Chagatai if we're going to continue to go hostile. Maybe with somewhere in the Americas or in Africa, but I'm sure roleplay wise we'd kind of be getting a huge favor here we can get in the future. So yeah. More diplomatic. No, he's getting quite old now, 60. His hair has gone white. It's a reminder, our dear son Lorenzo Torres, the royalist, religious man with expensive taste. Not the greatest monarch in history right there. Once on the fence with the issue, the revolutionist socialist views on commercialized agriculture changed overnight. Pasquale Barbieri Colonna named Cesare Bozelli as the architect of the hidden deal. Send the word to the press, tear the corruption out, and stem it to the root. The British are very much losing on mainland China at the moment against the Chagatai, who again do field a very modern military by every standard. Send our navy as well. We'll start convoy raiding the Chagatai. Sea nodes are bugged for us. That's not good. We'll have to do it manually. As long as it's not the crash, we can deal with that. We'll not navally invade. I want us to convoy raid. Oh no, there we go. Okay. We'll send them to that choke point in the South China Sea and start raiding along the southern coastline there. They have a bigger navy, but I think we can probably outcompete them with our very good admirals and our ironclad ships, which certainly needs to be expanded as well. I'm gonna raise taxes as well, given it's wartime. There's a small contingent of the Chagatai's navy currently in Asia. Let's go ahead and send our secondary navy to patrol the coastline of Africa as well. Civil war in Bosnia. You're going to get very firmly not involved with that. Costello's not doing very well either. Oh, we won several battles there as well. Let's launch a naval invasion of Kyushu as well. Honestly, we had the forces for it. We had the navy for it. We'll get Simon Torres to lead a naval invasion of Kyushu proper in order to force the Hosokawa to probably not peace out, but take their capital at the very least. Yeah, they are terrifying, aren't they? The Chagatai do be giving heart problems. I'm sure Simon Torres suffers from a similar ailment whenever he looks at the maps. It's been revealed that Lorenzo Torres of the church, that's our son, has been having a secret affair with a member of the clergy. His resignation is being demanded. Hold on. Does this mean that he's not our heir, or just that he's not in charge of the church interests? This is a big deal, actually. Holy fuck. He was fucking a priest? What the fuck is wrong with our son? Yeah, he's not even the head. I think we might lose him as an heir. If we force him to step down, we're going to disinherit him. We'd have other children. He's fucking a priest. We wouldn't respect that at all. We probably would. Simon Torres wouldn't really like his son much anyway. He's the polar opposite of Simon Torres in every way. Tough, ambitious explorer, history in the military, studied in Napoli, been all over the world, and then our fat royalist son who just spends all his money on watches and clothing. Could be a nun. It's not a nun. We both know it's not a nun. There's no... We don't need to be drinking copium here. We know it's not a nun. That's not what this event is for. Poll time. First poll of the day. This is going to be a private conclave, a private meeting of church officials of Sardinia, members of Simon Torres' General Staff and Advisory Committee, and the king himself to discuss the transgressions of his son and the future of the Torres line, frankly. Alrighty. I can't put sodomite. There we go. I changed the spelling. It's fine now. Are you sure he's a Torres? I would assume so. But I know, obviously, Simone would have her children. So what I can do here is if we disinherit him, I can do a quick save edit where I can just go in and basically kill this character. Because there's no way to disinherit in Vic 3. So we'd have to kill the character in the roleplay. He'd be retired, probably, and moved around the church. The Catholic Church always just moves priests like this. So he'd be disinherited and moved to like another country, probably, to continue to practice as a low-level priest. And he would lose the name Torres, obviously. And you gotta move those priests around. That's the way to deal with it. So, what's the poll looking like? Let me see. Well, it's the advisors of Simone seem to be very much in agreement here. I don't think that poll's going to change anytime soon. All right, we're going to force him to step down, and we will disinherit our firstborn son, Lorenzo. He died. He full-on died. I didn't even have to save at it. Holy shit. Yeah, we don't have an heir. We definitely would have one. He would have had more kids. Vic 3 doesn't allow you to have more than one child, basically, or heir at a time, so I actually don't know what will happen here mechanically. Worst case scenario, if he dies without an heir, I'm just going to spawn in another Torres, basically as his son, because he would have had multiple children. It's just the game mechanically does not allow us to do that, so. Well, we'll have to wait, as I guess it's decided who will inherit. Simone got the news while in a military dockyard in Sardinian Sumatra, preparing a naval invasion of Kyushu. He got news from home that his son had been caught sleeping with another priest, and there with his advisors and the priest who had traveled there to speak with him, sent news back to Sardinian Cesare, demanding the resignation of his son from his formal duties as heir apparent, disinheriting him from the line of House Torres, and putting him into the care of the Catholic Church, where he was moved off to, we'll go with Hesse, to go practice up there in a small church along the coastline of Pomerania. As the debates around the commercialized agriculture lost stall, Cesare Bozelli motions for a commission of experts to break the deadlock. Double up. We have an heir. Donato Torres. He is a moderate business interest heir apparent. God, the children in Vic 3 are terrifying, aren't they? They really do be terrifying. Given he died mechanically, we could say he committed suicide. He probably would, let's be honest, after that. Cristoforo Shipa has set a new distance record of a continuous flight recorded for our country of his balloon, a distance of 2,319 kilometers. He was able to clearly surpass our country's previous record, but it's not enough to beat the British. God damn it. Well, that's good. We're moving forward, but God damn it, Cristoforo. You need to do better. The British may be allies now, but they're only strategic allies. We need to show them up in terms of aeronautics. I'd say grandson. Yeah, we'll go with that being Lissandro's son. Lissandro's firstborn son. I'm sure his wife is very, very distraught currently. We'll go with grandson. Recently born. Not by the priest, though, obviously. Well, the British are holding. I'll give them that-ish. How long until our naval invasion? Less than 1 day. Here we go. Simone is landing on the beaches of Kyushu, bombarding the coast with our ironclad modern navy, and storming the beaches of Kyushu with an army 28,000 strong. They were not ready for us. The absolute Chad himself. He's dealing with the recent stress and mental problems associated with his son committing adultery, fucking a priest, and committing suicide the only way you can in these times, by storming a beachhead in Japan with an army of thousands at your back to take land in Asia. That's the only way to deal with your stress as a king in this time. It's the healthy way to cope. Wonderful. We landed in Kyushu, and we are advancing. Wow, we have a much better military than them, don't we? Wow. There is no general. They're so disorganized. So unexpectedly was our invasion that they're scrambling to even put together a military framework as Simone sweeps across the island. Oof, howitzer support. Check DMs, we'll do in a moment. It was the nun. Really imagine the king thinking, oh my god, what the hell's going on? Especially when he's in the middle of the war and the largest power in the world. True. True. Turn up the sound effects a little bit. Vic 3 does have very good sound effects. Look how old school their military is. You could tell based on like the profile of it. What are they running on their military PMs? Oh my fucking god. Irregular infantry? This is a slaughter. Japan's the modern power. The Hosokawa never modernized after being defeated by the Japanese. Lost a lot of bureaucracy. We lost a trade deal, didn't we? Yeah, we don't have our trade agreement with the Chagatai anymore. So all those trade routes with them are costing us a ton of bureaucracy we need to deal with. Speaking of dealing with things, we actually have to work on our production. We've gone through everything. We'll need to expand our administration. Administration, we will expand that. Campania and Apula. And then I want to do it somewhere in Africa, optimally. Tunisia as well. When we're done expanding and centralizing our government administration, what do we really need? Dyes. Can we not import those? We cannot. Much more interested in industrial goods given our economy state. Yeah, dyes. We really do need dyes. Okay. We'll expand. We can't really. We'll expand the one we can. That's it. We really are going to need to focus on some colonies to give us some more dyes here. Explosives are very much in need. The question there, though, is if we actually have enough components to keep our current ones fully productive, or if we just need more, period. Because sometimes it can be, you could think you need more of something when really you just need the components. Materials? Components? I've been playing too much Starfield. No, they're fully there. The fertilizer problem is a really big issue, though. We have nowhere to offset that fertilizer, and it's decreasing their profitability massively. I should have added the mod that separates those, to be honest, but too late. Iron, engines, tools, coal, and steel. Expand iron production. We will expand our steel production a bit more as well. Tools, we will massively expand more in Apula. And in Campania. Glass, I know we needed a bit more of that as well. We'll add more in Al Rif. And then we'll start to work on the more basic things. Coal, we actually can get more of. 2. Or lead. We need lots more tobacco, which we can't make. Opium, which we can make. And what's the other thing we needed for basic goods? Dyes, which we can't. Silk, we need a bit more, but not biggest priority. There was another thing we really needed industrially. Engines. We'll expand engine plants in Roma as well. Beautiful. Okay. Check DMs. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, we're literally fighting Japanese rice farmers right now. This is our Vietnam, except we're winning. Fucked up. It do be like that, don't it? It do be like that. You're gonna get canceled on Twitter if you're not careful there, bud. You know. Gotta watch out. Just as commercialized agriculture law looked ready to topple, Cesar and Bozelli rallied their faction once more. We are really struggling with commercialized agriculture. That makes sense though, right? Like, what are we really doing from an economic and political perspective right now? We're really stamping out the last of monopoly from the old nobility and probably a little bit the burghers, but mostly the old nobility's control over like the lands we own, right? Like historically, where did wealth and power come from in Europe and in the world period? It was land, tenant farming. Farming was the basis of all civilization, agriculture and power, right? So, I mean, the economies of medieval Europe were entirely dependent on it. Serfdom was all about land ownership and the fact that only the nobles owned it, and all the revenue came in through agriculture, right? But nowadays, with the state we're at in 1888, that's long gone by. Industry is the real crux of economic power. And obviously, Simon Torres understands that. He's a very modern guy. And we're trying to do away with probably not just a bit of the nobles' power, which we're dependent on. So it's a bit of a political move. But it's also the case that I think he would care a lot about his people. He's not a tyrant. And he knows that there's no great wealth in land and ownership of farms, but it's enough to make a living and it's enough to increase the quality of life. So for us, this is both a political and economic and doing something good for our people. But it makes sense this would be stopped so aggressively by the nobles, right? They're giving up a lot of political power and a lot of economic power here. So, because the burghers and the more modern money would be much more in control of industry. Not entirely, but a lot of it would be. So, we will welcome their support. It's actually really big. Land reform is actually a very big deal historically. You probably want to have it covered in your history class in high school or even in college, maybe a little bit, but big deal. Very, very cool thing for them to add in base game. We are getting actually beat here by General Sumiyoshi Shirakawa. He's actually managing to push back Simon Torres as he pushes into the island chain of northern Kyushu. And we're surrounded. Wow. Uh-oh. He's a bit of a badass there, isn't he? Expensive taste, deceitful, traditional commander, and experienced defensive strategist. Yeah, this is starting to turn into rice farmer Vietnam mode here, isn't it? Fuck. We took all your cities. Why aren't you surrendering? This isn't how you play the game. The Chagatai did push the British out, I think, as well. They did. No surprise there. Let's put our navy back to convoy rating as well. Oh, he's engaged in a battle. Oh my gosh, we're engaged in a battle with the Chagatai. Why is our navy so weak? Very low naval professionalism. Wow. Our navy really has gone down, hasn't it? Let's try to increase our naval professionalism. It's clearly a very big issue at this point. We're going to go after and fork over a ridiculous amount of money to start modernizing it, given we are losing in this naval battle right now off the coast of southern India. We really need to work on that, don't we? We're going to lose this battle. And well, Augustus Medici. He's a good admiral too. Ambitious convoy raider, dockyard organizer. On paper, he is a very good admiral, but he's just dealing with such an untrained navy, right? In the golden age of Sardinia's naval strength, part of it was our tech, part of it was our size, but a lot of it was the traditions and the experience, right? And a couple generations of not having that, it gets lost very quickly. Cristoforo Shipa has failed yet again to beat the records. Embarrassing. The last of us are getting mopped up over in Asia as well. Their navy is actually, it's behind us though. Look. They're still using men of war and we're using ironclads. It's just our naval traditions are so bad due to, I mean, we have like a fully modern fleet right now. Like, let's think for a moment about like what our fleet is, right? It is modern. It is one of the most advanced in the world. We have all these ironclad ships, but without naval tradition, without like deckhands and officers being able to pass down good actual, you know, doctrine and things on to the people who come next, we basically got a whole fleet with people who don't really know how to use their ships properly and who have never seen major combat before and have not had people training them who have either. So it's basically a green navy using the most advanced fleet in the world, which is being outclassed by a much better trained navy that has seen a lot more action in Asia, right? That's what this is. So, because the Chagatai have fought in a lot of naval battles. Yeah, Bernat Pignatelli is crying in his grave right now. Ah, the legend. Rest in peace, Pignatelli. We passed commercialized agriculture as well. Agriculture is a business like any other, subject to market forces and owned by capital. So we have successfully modernized land ownership in Sardinia. I think we're one of the first to do it too. A very big economic reform, and one that will have an impact on the game politically, right? That will decrease the political power of the nobles and will increase the power of the village interests and other people who are low income. So very, very big in a lot of ways. Good and bad. But holy shit, our navy is ass. We have a bit now. Make sure all of our buildings are on the right things too, like our admiralty and stuff. We have enough military equipment, right? We do. In everything. We're a little low on ammunition, but that's it. That would not be causing this sort of issue. Advanced Admiralty. Oh, yeah. It's just where we have a very green fleet. That's crazy. So modern ironclads are currently being defeated in the Battle of the Sediva Sea by a fleet of men of war underneath the command of the Chagatai. Wow. That's a low moment right there. That's a very low moment for our Navy. My gosh, given the history in EU4. Germany's pushing in Kyushu as well. What's going on in Spain? What is going on in Spain? The southern Italian uprising in Bosnia has navally invaded and is now pushing into Castalla, if I'm seeing this correctly. Yep. They have the same flag we do because they're Italian. There's a lot of Italian people on the coastline of Bosnia-Herzegovina. This is really good for us, actually. If they succeed in independence, they might support us for the unification of Italy. So that's wild, though. This ragtag group of Bosnian rebels has managed to land and take land in Spain. They're also very much at a low point in their history too, aren't they? The heirs of Torres are not what they used to be. We don't have to push here. Castell is actually doing all the heavy lifting. Let's send our boys over to Ivory Coast. Our naval professionalism is going up from the battle, at least, and from what we're doing. We need to get this high. How long until we do the modernization? 9 months for fleet review. Naval equipment, 3 years until we get a major payoff from that. We're still cracking down those mutineers, which really hurt us. That's another 3 years as well. Oh, man. We're a long ways out from a good navy. More rubber being discovered in the Congo Basin. We'll keep escorting our shipping lanes. I don't think our navy is really competent enough to outright get into battles with the Chagatai's navy at this point, so we're just going to focus on ferrying supplies and troops to Japan. Yeah, which we don't need to, actually. It's done. We have a little bit of land left in the Philippines. We'll go ahead and hit that. We actually explored the region of Borneo in the past, so we'd be fairly knowledgeable on the geography and the terrain of this region. And Simon Torres seems like the type of guy who's always looking to fight if he's getting a chance for it. And the war's over. So nothing was forced on the Chagatai because they managed to win across the board. But for the Hosokawa, they did win. Revoked the claim on Shikoku and then opened the Hosokawa market. Britain did succeed in. Very little concessions there for such large loss of lives, but the British owe us one now, so that's fine. And it made us realize just how bad our navy is, so that's, I suppose, a good thing too. We failed yet again. My gosh. Given the state of affairs, I think Simon Torres would be coming back to Sassari very unhappy with the state of his military. On land, they did fairly well, but they were fighting, again, literally Japanese rice farmers. And our navy was absolutely embarrassed in the one major battle it fought with the Chagatai. So I think we'd be actually very structured on military reform, especially given he's a jingoist now. We've really built up the economy, but what we have not built up and modernized is the military. So I think it is very much time we start focusing on that. Let's see. Let's send some diplomats as well, if we can. Okay, we'll go for that. And the rest we'll keep to increase the speed of our infamy reduction as well. So does that automatically convert the farms from private to publicly traded? I believe for subsistence farming, it changes the PM for it. Yeah, they're privately owned now. So instead of like having none of these being or homesteading, we have privately owned, which gives aristocrats and clergymen instead of farmers. And then we have home workshops, which I think we automatically get. Isn't there another one? Yeah, so we now have free peasants instead of serfdom. That decreases our income actually, but it gives us more output and it gives us more workforce ownership shares. So the people working there get more of the income.
Twitch streamer or YouTube creator, you deserve more subs than are possible. Here's $1.
Thank you, Tall. Much appreciated, man. That was very sudden. Surprised me there. Much appreciated, brother. Thank you. So basically, mechanically, the pops themselves, because every pop is a person simulated by the game, they have needs and then they have their like income, right? And then they spend on goods, which changes the game's prices. What this means is, as free peasants, they get some of the income gained from subsistence farms, because subsistence farms do produce goods, right? And they get a share of that income, meaning that the people themselves, farmers, and then what's the other name for the other job that they are? Peasants and farmers are basically wealthier, increasing the quality of life and allowing them access to more education. So yeah, it just makes our people wealthier and happier, essentially, and gives them more money in their pockets, because they're actually making money since they partly or fully own the land that they're working, instead of being pseudo slaves, right? Which is cool. Mechanically, I really, that's why I like Vic 3. They make the economics and the way that you change these laws so impactful on things across the board. It's really cool. It's why I'm pretty bought into this game, despite all the many bugs and problems I need to fix. And there are a lot. We have a lot of authority. Let's go and do some decrees. One little trick, by the way, for metagaming in Vic 3. Don't use this in multiplayer, but if you're playing single player and you use the mods we have, I think it's even in vanilla too. If you use a military training program on basically where you've built all your military buildings. So for example, we have most of our army, like our battalions coming out of Campania. If you put military training on Campania, military building output actually increases how good they are, because the building output is what gives you their combat stats. So if you want your troops to be 15% stronger, you put that there. I won't be using that unless it makes roleplay sense, and it is metagaming, but little tip there. Let's do public health programs in Campania, Lazio, and Tuscany. We'll do an education program in Sardinia, in Tuscany, and then in Tunis as well. There we go. Working on modernization. Need more jobs across the board right now. Yeah, it works. I agree. Yeah, Vic 3 is working. It only took me, I think, 6 hours yesterday to get this fucking save working. But every time you fix a save playing Paradox games, you get a little bit better at it, so it's always good. The pain is worth it. Are we embargoed by the Chagatai? No. We just don't have a trade agreement with them. They have an alliance with the Lithuanians. Oh. They won't be very happy with us after. No, they're actively hostile to us now. We paid a high price supporting the British in that war. Though to be fair, when we agreed to enter it, we didn't know we'd be fighting the Chagatai. So this has kind of turned into a bit of an economic and diplomatic crisis, frankly. All right, well, let's move all the trade routes. A lot of cheap goods we lost there. Okay. How's the grandson? I will take a look in a moment. Well, I guess we are just going to be switching all of our good imports from the Chagatai to the British here, it looks like. Yeah, across the board. The British will buy our fertilizer, though. That is huge. We have so much of it that we're just literally probably burning, blowing up. How do you get rid of fertilizer? Stack it in giant piles and smells bad. All right, that's about all we can really order import there. See if there's anything else really important. More opium would be nice. The Paganians. That's in, I think, Bengal. See if we can get them to produce more by opening these routes. I'm really trying not to trade with the Germans unless we have to. Our traders would actively avoid their ports. But, you know, if you got to make a buck, you got to make a buck. Or a ducat. What would our currency be? I looked this up back in CK3, didn't I? I forget. What was our official currency? We need to go look that up again. All right, we'll go with that for now. We'll work on these last industrial productions and things we want to hear to expand the economy of Sardinia. And then we're going to work on probably trying to balance our budget and get our military to grow, both navally and on land. Eat it? Exactly. Fertilizer is definitely edible. Definitely. How is the grandson? He's still 0. Young lad. Young lad. Maybe it's good we ripped the Chagatai band-aid off. Honestly, we were a little over-reliant on them and we were enabling them to get more powerful. So probably, but the loss economically and geopolitically and strategically is so big. I mean, it cannot be understated how much peace of mind it would have given our military and our king to know that they'd be in our corner in a defensive war, but is what it is. Germany is still at war with the Chagatai. They're in a separate war? Wait, are we still in the war? We are. The war is not over. It's just done with the Hosokawa. I swear I know how to play this game. I really do. Well, to be fair, Simon Torres probably would have gone back to Sassari. Yeah, but he literally had to oversee all the chaos that would have resulted from his son being disinherited and committing suicide. So now that that is more or less dealt with and we've stabilized the politics of court and our economy and things like that, let's work on getting back in the war. I'm going to start convoy raiding the Chagatai through the choke point they need to go towards Asia. We're going to hit the South China Sea again. Trade agreement from Paulus. God damn it. Paulus is here. They're actually a very big trader with us. We get a lot of, I think, silk and things like that from them. What do we trade with them right now? Would we want to do this? A lot of dyes, a lot of a bit of opium and a bit of silk, but we could definitely import more from them if we had a trade agreement. So yeah, I think we definitely go for that. A very strategically useful position too. Yeah, Madagascar is it looks like a British person drew the map and divided it up. Okay. Main Navy has been sent to the South China Sea to raid and really probably just to get in naval confrontations. We need to develop our naval traditions again. The army will send Savareo and Azeli to the Congolese front. Palmari is still in Benin, so is Persico. We'll send Carcano de Escamard up north somewhere. The Ivory Coast. And Solomon himself we will send to... We'll send him to the Ivory Coast as well. What's your investment pool at? It's very high. 65 million. You gotta remember, like, roleplay wise, it makes sense. Like, normally I'd be very concerned about this and probably trying to find a way to reduce it, given it's so high, but given we basically started stock exchanges and a publicly funded trading company all the way back in EU4 when we went to Asia, probably even when we went to the Americas, but definitely when we went to Asia, this has been building up for a long time. So I think for that reason, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's massive. Huge. Very, 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 very large. It's one of the reasons our economy is doing so well, frankly, at this point, despite questionable administration from the kings of Sardinia. We were not able to find more astronomical objects than the American Archduchy. The members of the Accademia Nazionale della Scienza are utterly disappointed. Yeah, we really, scientifically, we're not the most advanced. We're really struggling. New moons of Saturn discovered. After upgrading the telescope at one of our main observatories, our astronomers were able to discover 2 new moons on Saturn. Titan and Rhea. Oh no, Titan and Ganymede, I think. No. The recently translated works of Vladimir Dadeshkeliani have become popular within the movement to enact mass conscription. God damn it. The relationship has developed to the point that Vladimir Dadadishlinki openly endorses the movement. We do not want mass conscription. So we're going to punish the foreign interference. Do we have an agitator? We do. What is he agitating? Yeah, mass conscription. We're going to exile him. Given the state of our military, already with a professional military, we're really suffering from quality issues. Mass conscription would be the death blow in Sardinia's military power, so we cannot allow for that. Let's go ahead and upgrade our colonial affairs again, too. The recent war will give us a bit of a chance to hopefully compete a bit more with the Germans and the Chagatai here. Yikes. Small contingent of our navy just got cut off by the Chagatai there on the coast of Morocco and destroyed. See if there's anything diplomatically we can do here. Let's sign a defensive pact with Savoy. That makes a ton of sense. They are very friendly with us, and they're supporting us to unify Italy. So I think an alliance there is very warranted. We're not going to do a trade agreement with the Germans. Okay. Nothing too major, but we will make that defensive agreement with Savoy. They're an absolute duchy underneath Duke Philippe Borcalon Fair. That dynasty, I think, wasn't that Castala's old dynasty or something? I'm trying to remember where they were from. I want to say that was one of Castala's dynasties in EU4. Might be wrong about that though. Oh yeah, it's massive UK. Look through my PMs as well. Make sure we're not behind on anything. I haven't even made everything publicly owned too. I've explicitly tried to balance it because, like I said, a lot of industry would have been in hands of like private burger families or groups or individuals, as well as the nobles. So I've only made some stuff publicly traded. Cool. Militarily, in the African front with the Chagatai, where most of the rest of this war, I think, is going to be fought, we are doing very good across the board. The Germans and the British are really doing well here. Ooh, we need support down in the Congo, though. When Solomon arrives in what's this? Benin, I think. We're going to send him down there to the northern Congo. We really need to hold that front. We'll have to put them on defensive too. We can't push the Chagatai there. Given their military, it literally is as strong, if not stronger, than our own. Yeah, fuck. We're really getting our convoys sunk here. All right, I'm going to bring the fleet back to start escorting our convoys over here. Place Medici. We'll protect the shipping lanes between us and Cuba. I think that's where the Chagatai are really focusing on right now. And then we'll send Fabio Antisi to protect the coastline of Italy. There we go. Oh, yeah. There he is. What a name. Faxal Bey and Sultan Galiv. We got vulcanization. That increases our rubber output ability. Remember correctly. Yeah. We make elastic silk with textiles, and we get bicycle messengers. Wow. Made our textiles a lot more productive. We need a lot of rubber for that, though, I believe. Which we did just start to produce, so we'll... Oh my god, we need so much more now. Yeah, we're fighting the Chagatai right now, Cosmic, with the British. It's not our war, it's the British's war we got involved in. We thought we were fighting some rice farmers in Japan, and then the Chagatai joined. This war went very, very hardcore very quickly. God damn it, I need to move out these bad armies. I'm also going to cut down some of our generals. We don't need quite this many. We do need Hemis and Explorer. I'm going to get rid of Severio and Nasili. No, because they're using soldiers. I remember when I made these. They're using soldiers from regions we can't combine, so it's actually worth keeping them. I am going to demobilize a couple of them, though, because they're just really taking up space and hurting the front lines here. We'll send Persico and Nazelli home. Good. We are holding that front. Wow. Of all the places to be fighting a world war, could you imagine a colonial war on this scale being fought in West Africa without proper malaria medication? Can you imagine how many people would be dying? Let's actually take a look real quick. Yep. 280,000 dead on our side and 200,000 dead in the Chagatai. We have lost ourselves only 20,000 soldiers. The British have lost 123,000 in this war. A lot of them from attrition, too. So many from attrition. Colonial wars, though, they do be like that. I think given, like, obviously Vic 3 makes these sort of really almost unrealistic colonial wars happen. But for the roleplay in our own timeline, I think given how, like, the Americas is basically untouchable now, the Chagatai really have Asia. Africa is like the place to fight colonially, and both Germany, the British, us, and the Chagatai all need this to really do well in the modern era. So it's not like, I think, the more casual circumstance, not casual, but somewhat more reasonable and relaxed colonial situation. Like when the Scramble of Africa happened and the Congress of Berlin happened, they were all European powers that were willing to somewhat work together, who divided up that land. There were no non-European powers really in the conversation, and a lot of them were more interested in wars and had like colonial empires to begin with. With the independence movement we had happen at the end of EU4 in our own timeline with the Americas, and really their ability to stay sovereign, so much of Europe is really desperate for colonies, and the fact that the other major colonial power is not only the existentially terrifying Chagatai, but a non-European, which, God, heaven forbid, right? That's the reason I think we'd be seeing a much more bloody colonial war like this, and a much more, we'll go a tooth and nail kind of very bloody scramble for Africa here, which I think does make sense. They want a defensive pact with us, and they're calling in their obligation. We'll accept it. Sure. Of all the things to use an obligation for, that is by far one of the better ones, so we'll take that. I think our admirals and the king would die of embarrassment if they were able to raid the Sardinian coastline. Yeah, it is pretty embarrassing. It is pretty damn embarrassing. Dr. Rezerol as a promising talent for the scientific community as an astronomer. We already have one though, don't we? We do. We'll keep our old one. What do you think the big players of Hoi 4 are going to be? Chagatai, Britain, Germany, us, America, Brazil, India, Scandinavia, Lithuania would be my guess. We failed yet again to beat any records. I feel like we're being scammed. I wonder if our Blue Near guy is just like literally saying he's going and doing this and just going and eating sandwiches or spaghetti and not actually doing anything. Because I feel like we should be beating records by now. God damn it. We are really pushing them in the Congo. My gosh. Well, partly because they got around behind us, but it's fine. Now, the naval invasion succeeded behind their lines. That's a big reason we're doing so well here. We have the Chagatai almost entirely surrounded right now. A little bit of coastline, that's it. Sweden is doing very well, Rose. Scandinavia is doing very well. Still under the Gilsterna family, Emperor Adolf III, a cruel, hedonistic man with expensive tastes, expert defensive strategist, and experienced political operator. Absolute empire. They're fairly strong. Their economy is really starting to grow now too, with industrialization. Lithuania is the one that I didn't expect to get so strong. They've really kind of come out of nowhere. Who's at war? Iran is at war with the Armenian uprising. Uh-oh. Also, there is currently a revolt in Byzantium. There's a liberal revolt. We could get involved with this, but we have another big war we're fighting right now, so not as high priority at the moment. Bosnia did succeed in fighting off the uprising, so they're still united underneath the duchy. Obertingi's on that line as well. Oh my god, it's so expensive. Fuck it, we'll pay it. That's so expensive. We're going to really increase our naval trading standards. That'll massively decrease our naval professionalism, but the cost, oh my god. This mod needs to balance their costs for naval events. It's outrageous. But we need it, so it's fine. To be fair, fitting and modernizing and funding a modern navy is very expensive. This is not it's a little over that, but still. The French are improving relations. Ah, the Salians. There's an old family phrase in the Torres family. Never trust a Salian. I think that's a very salient fact. The Reactionaries have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the business interests. You're damn right. You're damn right we are. Simone only goes to the wealthy business owners' parties in Sassari. Exclusively. God damn it. Let me click the button. Jesus. There we go. All right, we're going to move them around. We'll send our 15,000 to go try and hold that large Chagatai army in the west, and we're going to get Solomon to push once again in the Congo. That'd be a terrifying place to have to push a front end in a war. Rulers for Bosnia? Expensive tastes. We have met the Chagatai in a naval battle. Why the fuck are we losing? We blundered. Augustus Meducci, you're gonna get fired if you continue this. We have given you everything. We've broken the treasury, funding this navy, and you blunder a naval battle. Rough waters. This man, on paper a great admiral, in practice incompetent beyond belief. What the actual hell? Oh my god, we're gonna lose this battle, aren't we? We are. Oh, wait. Aha! They can't penetrate our ironclads. He turned it around. Good. If he had come back with a defeat, he would have been fired on the spot when he got back to Sassari. He's saving his ass here in the nick of time. With a fleet of ironclads, I would hope so. We're made of metal. They're made of wood. Dear God. Look at all this Chagatai naval wins as well. Holy Christ. Now that's a tricky one. We do trade a lot of tobacco with them. But they are disgusting Salian French who have betrayed our family and nation time and time again. No, I think not. I think not. The last of their navy is about to go to the bottom of the Atlantic. Finally, a naval victory. Long overdue and very needed. Yeah, he would have gotten either forcefully retired or shot by firing squad. One of the two. He managed to take a naval victory out of the clutches of defeat. So we'll give him another chance. He's got a lot to do to prove himself now, though. A lot. God damn it. How the fuck did we lose that battle? Because our convoy lines are getting hit. We have enough convoys. Okay. I wonder if we're just out completely enough, but no, we have enough. We offload any more of this fertilizer? Maybe. Yeah, we need to go on the offensive here. This is not the time for cowardice. The guillotine? We never really used the guillotine, did we, Anrak? I mean, during the revolutionary period with Napoleon, it would have been used probably, but given, you know, we look back on that time with embarrassment and terror, we certainly wouldn't be replicating it. The outbreak of the silkworm disease Pebrine in Castella has spread to Carso Sardinian soil. The silk plantations in Tuscany have begun experiencing mass deaths among the silkworms. Holy shit. That is really bad. Silk is the cornerstone of our fabric industry, which is a huge part of the Sardinia economy. That's disastrous. Damn the Castallans for their incompetence. I would expect nothing less from the inbred offshoots of a true noble family. Oh my god, why are we losing? We're rolling bad. He's not the best commander, is he? We're not much worse than their commander. I guess we just rolled bad. And we're trying to fight offensively here. All right, let's go back to defending the line. Oh no. What did we lose? We lost. We have Sumatra. The fuck did we lose? They wanted to revoke or take something of ours. I think the Moluccas, right? Moluccas? Oh, they're white pieced. Okay, gotcha. What's up, Gam? How you doing? What is up in Argentina? Big fan of your football talent there in that wonderful country. Well, we're out of the war. This is Britain's problem now. Are they going to hold that against us, though? No, we're good. We're all good. That was a very embarrassing war for us, though. Let's be very real about that. Is our king going to die? At some point, I'm sure. He's 62. He could go a while longer, I'd say, but he's not like on the cusp of death or anything. Huh. All right. Well, we're out of the war. This war showed us one thing in stark contrast, and that is the fact our military is barely functional. And in a defensive war, we are going to get wiped. So we have to modernize and build up the military. We have to, especially if we want to go after Italy, which is very much one of our biggest priorities now. And good steak. Argentinian steaks are supposed to be really good too, Enric. I know. I think I had one once. I went to an Argentinian steakhouse. I would assume it's from Argentina. It's very good. The laborers of the silk plantations in Tuscany have been affected significantly by the loss of the silkworms and pebrine. They have petitioned the government for financial assistance to replace lost wages. Sure. Such a huge industry. We're not a damn socialist, but we're not heartless either. Let's music down a bit. Not surprised the king didn't have a heart attack with the levels of rage caused by incompetence in the war in his son. Yeah, that guy's under a lot of stress right now. Yeah, I mean, if you remember, his hair did go white, like it went white in a year. So we're going to go in the role play that his hair was white by the time he got back from the campaign and from dealing with his son's actions. He was a very nice silvery gray when he left on the ironclads of Sardinia towards Asia, and he returned nothing but white hair. It's about right, I'd say. A lot of stress. Why is our economy doing so poorly now? I think a lot of it was due to us going commercialized agriculture. Long term, we'll get more tax income, but short term, it's a huge loss of income. I know what it is. It's all those goddamn naval costs that are bankrupting our country. Always, I play with Argentina. I broke the economy. They're very playable. They've got a good starting location. There's a lot of good natural. Best advice for you there, Gam, is join someone's customs union. I know it sucks to be beholden to some European power, but you can really build your economy joining a customs union. If not, you have to industrialize early. Build a bunch of wood, build a bunch of iron, build up your production capacity, and then you need to make like, I think you can produce like a lot of coffee, right? And there's a few other valuable goods in Argentina you can mass export to European markets that are valuable. I know there's something really good there. You can produce coal, sulfur. You can export that. Isn't there another really good? You get their tobacco. Yeah, cool. All those cash crops you can export for money and slowly build your economy. It's rough though. Playing as the South American countries building up from nothing is very, very hard. Not easy. Would he be heartbroken that his son died? I think he'd be relieved. I don't think Simone would have liked Lissandro very much, based on his personality. There's a fucking fly in my room. It's driving me crazy. Castella has formally rivaled us back. Good timing for our city of our military. How long until we get rid of those costs? A little over a year, 2 years. Let's see if I can kill this fucker. Lots more opium needed. Well, we can trade with a Chagatai again. They may hate us, but... Holy shit. The Chagatai have been very friendly for a while. They want an alliance of interest with us. We're not going to do it, but wow. Talk about some real politic leftists, my gosh. For pseudo-communist socialists, they sure are willing to work with conservatives. I mean, to be fair, the Vic base game does not code AI to actually roleplay ideology. So, no, we are going to firmly deny the advances of Germany for an alliance. And we have no interest in working with them. I'm playing TNO in order to procrastinate doing the recap video and even in the alternative universe. Both Canadians will die. Oh god, TNO. I can't stand that mod. It's very well made and very well written, but anyone who justifies and I don't know. If you write 50 pages worth of fan fiction about the Nazis, there's something wrong with your mod. I'm just saying. I know it's been improved recently, but not for me. All right. Would there be any laws we'd want to change? Not really. Nope, not really. We can actually raise another institution as well. So increase our law enforcement spending, given the amount of radicals we have in our country. Chance of forming Italy by the end of Vic 3. I'll make a play for it, regardless if it's doable or not. Even if it's a war we lose, I will make us take a play for Italy here before too long. But we got to get a bigger military, and we got to find a way to get some other big powers into the war of Germany. But even if we have to fight a losing war, I'm going to get us to try and make the unification play. So it will happen. I don't know if we'll get it or not, though. We have to fight Germany to form Italy, and that is no easy thing to do. By any means. That being said, we could definitely think about another war of Lombardy as well. We're very hostile to them. They're friendly with the Germans, of course they are. That honestly might be worth it. Strong's their military. Comparable to ours, I think. We have a bit more. Yeah, honestly. We're prepared for a war in June. We're going to prepare for a war in June with Lombardy. They have been the loudest voice criticizing the formation of Italy and being hostile to us in recent memory. We fought a war with them not too long ago, if I remember correctly. And we're obviously looking to slowly go towards unifying Italy. So we'll go to war with Lombardy here. It makes sense to go to the war with Ferrara first, though, given how liberal they are. I'm going to make a poll for this. Y'all can decide. Y'all are part of the Naval High Command and Military High Command yet again. So feel free to put on a mustache and a pith helmet if you have one. Which, why are you like this? Alrighty. So the decision is, who are we going to go to war with first? Both of these countries actively oppose the formation of Italy and are hostile to us. The Ferrara is a democratic republic underneath a president, and Lombardy is a monarchy under the old Obertinghi family. Yes, I'm not going to inherit. My character won't inherit. It's going to be one of the DeVitas family, so it's a GG. Unless I wanted to wait for that daughter to come of age or something, but honestly, at this point. It's a fucking fly, dude. You actually have a pith helmet based. I had one for years. I got it when I was in my early teens. I used to wear it when I went hiking. Very cringy. Only when I was young. But then it got broken on a camping trip, but I never bought a new one. They're fun. They're really good for shade. They're great for hiking. I mean, they're made for tropical climate, so it's hot out there. Really nice to wear, actually. Oh, good, Scythe. Hope you guys have fun with the campaign. Did you force one to support unification already? Yeah, I think it was Lombardy. They can't oppose, I think, us becoming the unification candidate, but that also means they're not supporting, so... Given we can't outright form Italy, it might make sense for us to go to war with them to take their, get them under our direct rule to be stronger to fight Germany, which we know we have to do to get to our end goal, right? There's only one way this ends. That's Italian power dome duel between us and Germany. We're in a marching band. Oh yeah, man. Your marching band uses pith helmets? The fuck are British schools doing these days? Ferrara. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. They're much more liberal. They were hostile to us before even the Lombardians were in recent memory, so that does make a lot of sense. We're going to take a lot of aggressive expansion going to war and taking land from them, but that's fine. We'll go for Emilia. Oh, man. The French may join this war. I'm going to get the save before I start this, just in case AI does AI things. I'm not going to cheese this so that we automatically just get better terms. But if the AI does something ridiculous and nonsensical, I want to be able to actually have a place to come back to. So, because the AI is coding for doing these wars is questionable. We'll go to war for Emilia. We could just pop at them, couldn't we? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not much more than outright taken. Oh, actually, is it a bit more? We're going to make them a dominion. And directly administer them. We'll send Simon Torres himself to the southern front in Italy. Lots of British marching bands wear pith helmets. Really? But only America's marching bands in schools. Oh, I see. So like a formal one then. I didn't know they had pith helmets still. That's actually pretty cool. Colonial War of Herero. We're supporting the British in this. The British have joined on our side. The French are thinking about joining. That'd be really good for us. If the French join, we're going to try and take some of their colonial land. If they want to get involved in Italy, that's fine, but they're going to pay the price for it. That's for sure. They're not going to just waltz in and involve themselves in affairs that don't concern them and get out without anything. Pacific Expedition. Can we send one? Says we can. It's bugged. Nope. That's very weird. Jesus Christ, dude. These fucking naval costs. The moment of truth. This is what I mean when I say nonsensical bullshit. I'm loading the autosave. The Chagatai joins for the Ferraris. Completely logical AI decision making right there. They're not that hostile to us. That is something that is. My God. My brother in Christ. Why? I mean, we could all in here. I don't think we'd win this though. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. All right, I'm gonna have to full load the whole save that I made just for this reason. I'm gonna try and take land. Maybe it's because we're doing Dominion plays. I'll try just direct annexation war and see if we get this. Maybe roleplay wise, they're just incredibly petty and want us to suffer after the recent war. But we still trade with them, and we had such good relations with them for so long. All right, I'm gonna try an annexation play. Let's see if this will still make the AI do monkey brain things. Take Amelia. Take Romania. All right, we might get in some trouble here. It's way more AE than I thought we'd get. Oh yeah, it crushed our economy. For some reason. Radicals. Radicals everywhere. Oh my God. Did it just bug? It maxed out our gold reserves. Fuck it, let's see where it goes. Sometimes you just gotta push through the victory mechanics. Now the Chagatai sided with us! What the hell? When people say victory is buggy, they're right. They are very right. The AI coding is so needed. Maybe they just have like a schizophrenic bipolar sultan or something. He's bigoted. He just hates Italians. He wants to kill Italians. He doesn't care who it is. Those spaghetti eating fucks with their marinara sauce. No idea what just happened, but we're gonna roll with it. They do. They're just here for the action, I guess. There's another mega war about to happen in Japan as well that we're automatically called into. Germany, Castella, and us are going to war over the Hosokawa again to open the market. Didn't we just do this war? Did I load the old autosave? I think I loaded a really old autosave, didn't I? I did. Uh-oh. Okay, that makes more sense now. This is back when they liked us. There we go. Yeah, no, I went back in time a wee bit there. This is 3 years earlier, back before the big war. And we crashed. Uh-oh. First crash of the day after several hours. That's acceptable. We already crashed like almost every session of Vic 3 up until this point. So this is not a game over. Hopefully it's just some bug because I was loading too many saves or something like that. Or a mod update, and I'm gonna have to go figure that out. That also might have happened. Who knows? Hope everyone is having a good weekend. Good Sunday. But yeah, for the Vic campaign, someone asked a while back who I want to play. So I will join the next Vic campaign, I think, is what I'm going to do for multiplayer, because I think I could definitely play one right now. I'd have time for one. First pick will be France. Second pick will be Sweden. Third pick will be Japan. Fourth pick will be Brazil. If I need to do a fifth pick, it'll be Mexico. Not a new game. Latkes. What's a Latka? Latka. Come on, load save. You fuck. You fuck. Yeah. All right, let's try this again. Oh, potato pancake. Lovely. I'm gonna try puppeting this time. Balls to the wall. Let's do it. Who broke a trade agreement? All of us broke their trade agreement with us. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Brazil, I played Brazil, and I think it was the second roleplay multiplayer game that we did at Vic last year. And I had a lot of fun. It only lasted, I think, a session or two, because that was when multiplayer stability was so bad. It was something else. Lombardy has embargoed us. Fucking Chagatai, though, of all places. That army is terrifying now, too. Look at that, 920 battalions. They're even protective of us. I mean, we don't have good relations, but they are protective. See if we can actually do anything with these licenses. Can't. Brother in Christ. Britain abandoned us immediately. Yeah, that's about right. I'm gonna be heavy-handed here. I'm gonna be a little heavy-handed, given how fucking ridiculous this is. Fucking Christ. Can we abandon them? Yeah, let's try Lombardy then. That's so silly. Lombardy it is. We're gonna go after their non-like main Italian holdings. All these have Italian people and we need them, so we'll just go after those. That's what we'll do here. Go for Albania, which is a primary Italian state, by the way. It's Italian majority. Is Skopje Italian majority? Albania, we do need. We don't need Skopje, though. Do we need Zadar? We don't need Zadar. We need Venetia for sure. No, can't do that. Take Venetia. And we'll take war reparations as well. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm surprised Germany isn't the one joining and considering you're going to be encroaching onto their territory. They're very friendly with us, Spartan. They actually really like us for some reason. I guess Simon Torres is just a very charismatic guy because they really like us. Vicky is 2 to 6 p.m. on Sundays. Scythe. They embargoed us. Oh no! Whatever will we do? We won't get access to cheap Lombardian textiles? Oh no, my god. The hit our economy just took was... That's debilitating. We won't get the moderate glass output of Venice. Oof. Hesse is terrifying. Mina, what's up, man? Hesse is terrifying. They're a slave state. A modern slave state. And it's just what is it? French Germans enslaving Poles and Pomeranians is what it is. Yes, slave trade. They're the only country in the world with slave trade still active. And it is, let me remember this, how this went. Yeah, the Polabo-Franconians, I'm sorry, so the Polish-French upper class have enslaved the Pomeranians, the Germans, and some Serbs. And the regular Poles. And the, yeah, old Pomeranians. And yeah, it's a slave state. Fucking crazy. Funnily enough, our wife is from Hesse. Simone Torres married a noblewoman from Hesse before we found out about all this nonsense. So, yeah. They are technically now family. We got to the wedding and then he realized he fucked up. Big mistake. Well, no one has joined so far. Let's militarize. We won't be able to actually go into Lombardy proper, so we'll just have to take the regions that we want to take, and then we'll have to hold on to them. Should win it, though. Austrian inventions. We're no, like, great liberal reformer. The fact that Germany hasn't, like, tried to, like, go to war with them over this just, like, blows my mind. I mean, they did a couple of times, actually. They have gone to war with Hesse several times, but they still have not completely gotten rid of them yet. Malaria prevention, let's go. Let's really ramp up our colonies now. We need interests in the regions we need to colonize. We only have 5. Surprising. We need a bigger navy. As a reminder, navy gives diplomatic interests, which are so useful. We actually apparently have interests everywhere we need them. So why can't we get more colonies? Did literally everyone take them already? Oh my god, they did. We got there too late. The whole coastline is taken now. Holy shit. That's about right. For the rotary valve engine. Yeah, it goes quick and it goes early. They're gonna put, they're gonna put out a colonization DLC and charge $30 for it at some point. So hopefully it's worth it. Sardinia, Corsica's growing colonial empire in Africa, along with new means to prevent malaria, has made us a serious contender for colonial control of the continent. Didn't do anything. We're getting cut off by the Germans here as well. Almost everywhere, actually. We've been cut off already. And the British. Wow. We really need to fight a war with the Germans or the Chagatai for colonies at this point. That is why we entered into our alliance of interest with the British after all, so that'll probably be our next big war after this one. Do we still not get people in the Suez Canal? Literally forgot about that. No, we literally have not. We do have a few people in the port. I think it's because the standard of living is so low there, would be my guess. You know. Let's try putting a fishing wharf there and see if we can attract some people. They backed down. Holy shit, Lombardy gave us Albania. Damn it, we needed the other regions for Italy. Well, we lost all the aggressive expansion and we did get Albania, which is actually very wealthy and a huge population. Over almost 1.5 million Italians live in Albania, so that's huge for unification and a massive increase to our economy. I can't believe they backed down. I mean, no one was supporting them, to be fair, so... Damn. Do we have to go to war with Bosnia? We do. We need to take Montenegro. Normally, I don't like to just do wars constantly, but given like we're trying to go for Italian unification, and given we're also being ruled by a jingoist, this is one case I really don't mind just going war to war here. We'll wait till our infamy goes below 25, and then I'm going to start a war for Montenegro. Yeah, they are. Germany's really moving quick in the Oyo. So is the Chagatai. They're both fighting over it pretty aggressively here. Let's max this out for now until it's done. The right really lost ground in the election. Down to 68%. The left got 20. The far left got almost 10%. And then the commies got 2.6% of the vote. Wow. The left is really growing in power. That's worrying. Dirty liberal hippies trying to ruin Sardinia. Still not breaking records. None that matter, at least. How much longer do we have those fucking things? 10 months. British have won their colonial war of those tribes. Can I pay you to react to the video I just sent you? You don't have to pay me to do it, man. Well, what did you just send me? Unless it's some meme shit. That's some meme shit. So no, I'll watch that after stream. Or at the end of stream, if you remind me. I don't like to play meme videos in the middle of stuff when I'm role playing, but at the end of things, if you remind me, I'll play it. That's fine. As long as it's not ridiculous. I think we're missing decisions. Huh. I used to have video reaction stuff, Anrak, but it was just always the stupidest meme shit people would send, and like, I don't know. I don't think it adds anything to the stream, and I sure as fuck don't enjoy it, so I got rid of it after a while. Same reason with song requests. I got rid of that for a while because all people would ever do is like meme shit. I don't mind like some like funny stuff. Don't get me wrong, like uber serious, but it's the kind of stuff people play because it's like, you know, haha, got him kind of stuff, and it's just like, I could take it, but I'm probably just gonna leave it. If it's not there anymore, that's why I removed it. A few times people actually use video requests for some interesting stuff though. Like a couple of interesting news things and some history videos and stuff, but most of them were like, haha, made you click kind of things. See if we can attract some people to the Suez Canal with some actual fishing jobs. Maybe it's because, do I have to subsidize the Suez Canal? Let's see if that does it. I was not subsidizing the Suez Canal. And that might be a factor here. I had that. I think I still do, don't I? Oh, Jesus Christ, that's bugged. Infrastructure, prestige, services. Ignore that. I literally cannot pay people to live in the Suez Canal. To be fair, it's not a very nice place. I've actually driven over the Suez Canal. It's not a very nice region. Very hot. Not much around. What kind of music do you like? A big mixture. Indie, rock, rap, classical. A little bit of punk and depending. It used to be really into metal, but not anymore. Or as much. The ongoing Pabrina outbreak has spread to the silk plantations in Umbria. Again? Oh my god, all our silk production's dead right now. That's ridiculous. What is the song, Scythe? Remember, it does have to be on theme if I'm playing it. Browser's not want to load. God damn it again. Alright, I'll play it. It's semi on theme. Close enough.
And it's go, boys, go. They'll time your every breath. And every day.
It's a good song.
Place your 2 days nearer death. But you go.
Not breaking records. Not even getting close.
Well, I process man by, and I'm telling you no lie.
Maybe he's just not aerodynamic enough.
Breathe among the fumes that trail across the sky. There's thunder all around me, and there's
Oh, the British are at war with the Chagatai.
there's a lousy smell that smacks of
Oh, hell?
all in the air. And it's go, boys.
British Republic versus the Chagatai. They literally have no war goals. It was one of the ongoing wars that they didn't have anything for, and now it's just them fighting. I see. So they're fighting for nothing. They're fighting to fight. Jesus Christ. It's still that war, isn't it? Look at the amount of battles fought in this colonial war between the British and the Germans and the Chagatai. God damn. Okay. Let's go to war with Bosnia then.
Bonus opportunities galore. Young men like their money, and they all come back from war.
Well, the British are actually, we gotta wait. The British are at war, and we're gonna need them to fight Ukraine with us, so we'll wait on that. Yes, this is like the only song requested these days.
Well, I process man by, and I'm telling you no lie. I work and breathe among the fumes that trail across the sky. There's thunder all around me, and there's poison in the air.
I think what we really need to do, I'm not doing this again because it's gonna destroy our economy.
And it's go, boys, go. They'll time your every breath.
They're finally in a fucking surplus. We still have both of them as well. Try Ferrara? That's true. The previous scientific successes in the field of natural science has been described as meager. Some influential scientific representatives have therefore turned to the government with a petition. In order to strengthen the biological research in general and zoological research in particular, a zoo of a collection of rare animals is essential. I have to build a zoo. Absolutely. Let's do it. Can I actually build a zoo now, though? Last time it wouldn't let me. No. We need exotic animals. See if we can buy exotic animals from anyone here. Play some classical for a while, too. I know you can buy exotic animals. Should be something here just automatically for buying animals, right? Yeah, we can't buy them from anyone. I think it must be bugged. And I can't update the mod because it would just fuck our save file. So, no zoo for us. No zoo for us. Oh. Wow, the Chagatai are at war with the Oyo now as well. They're really pushing. We're getting left out of the scramble. Yeah, sure. Let's try Ferrara. Get the save before we try this time. Hopefully the Chagatai just stick to their own business, fight the British, and let us get closer to unifying Italy here. We're getting older. We'd really be wanting to do this at this point. 63. The Pope isn't... Oh, actually, you're right. He does have a little bit left in the southern tip, doesn't he? Yeah, we need to do that too. If Ferrara still is not doable, we'll go after the Pope again. We can also get the last of the People Maghreb Company too. They have land down here in the middle of the Sahara as well. Odd. Save translation issues. We actually have enough of our goods going into our government buildings. Let me check that. And we have enough paper. We really don't have enough transportation. That's a huge problem. We need another 3,000. Should Chagatai join again? Every time? Okay. We'll go after the Pope then. We'll try that. That's so crazy. They're offering them an obligation is what it is. But it's nonsensical diplomatically that would happen. I mean, I suppose it might make sense if they were like, listen, you want to take back like the rest of Sumatra kind of thing. But the Chagatai aren't really hostile enough to do that diplomatically. Like roleplay wise, this does not suggest they'd be willing to do that. At least as far as I understand it. So we'll go after the Pope. We're taking everything. We can, so we will. Might as well take their land in Uruguay. Is it on the water? It is. Yeah, why not? This will be the final death blow in the papacy. Roleplay wise, we're going to offer him obviously to hold all like the Holy See in Rome. Because I mean, a lot of our people are Catholics, especially the Italian ones. But given the recent actions to us and betraying us and supporting us for the unification of Italy, I don't think they'd have a lot of support across the board. But at the end of this war, roleplay wise, we will give that to them. We'll offer them the Holy See as sovereign territory like in our own timeline. Show the respect they don't deserve, but will get for political reasons. One of our oldest rivals disappearing off the face of the earth. Do they own a treaty port anywhere? No. They own a little bit of Uruguay. They own a little bit still left of Bolivia, and that's it. Outside of obviously the Maghreb Company. We need to increase our construction too, but until we get rid of that naval budget deficit, that is not happening. 3 months to go for one and 16 months for the other. They'll actually free us up some capital. France might join them though. That opens up a whole new world. Surprise, surprise, no records beaten. If I could fire him, I would, but he's just like a private individual experimenting with flight, so I can't fire him. And there's no murder scheme, sadly, in Vic 3. He is an embarrassment to the nation, though. Make no mistake. Was Simon be excommunicated for declaring war on the Pope? Perhaps. But given how publicly what happened last session, where the Pope had been supporting us publicly for the unification of Italy, And then kind of what happened with that? I think he changed to not supporting it, and he did something else as well. I forget what it was. But such a public betrayal, and us thinking his fleet and stuff like that. I think it'd be probably a very polarizing issue. I mean, a lot of like very religious Catholic Italians would hate us for this, but a lot would very much be against the Pope. You got to remember, in the Risorgimento period, when Italy was unifying, the Pope was like, the Papal States were not popular. Like, a lot of even good Catholics liked like the church, but they hated the Papal States as a political entity, right? Like, Italians know their own history. The Papal States isn't some innocent little do-gooder who sits there and helps people out. They're a political power that has tried to stake their claims on Italy throughout history. And given that and what happened, I think there'd be a lot of people who would at least understand what they were doing. We'd probably be excommunicated though, yes. I'd say, probably. Work on our military tech. We'll do Jean Nicole next. God damn it, tall. Do be like that. Low infrastructure in Campania. It's really bad, actually. We need infrastructure in Campania, Apula, and Sicily. Should do it for now. That's where all our industry is really concentrated, Southern Italy. In this timeline, ironically, because we took it first, I think Southern Italy will actually be much more developed than the Northern region. We're going to kind of have a 180 on that. Northern Italy will be the backwater, old school, unmodernized region, and Southern Italy will be the industrial hub of Italy. No help. Here we go. You got to give them one thing. The papacy never backs down, do they? They are consistent in that way. Are you ever going to make a mod list for the victory part of the campaign? I already did OES. I can link it to you if you'd like. I think all of my playlists are public on my Steam account as well, if you ever want to do it that way, but I can link it to you. I made it, I think, 2 weeks ago, I want to say. Let's see, when did I make it? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Wordis. I mean, this is basically just gonna be us walking through their territory, frankly. Wait. Yeah, we immediately took everything. We'll send Palmyra. We cannot reach that. Okay. We'll navally invade Uruguay then and finish this war. Then the British just have to push in Bolivia and we are good. This war is done. Again, this is less a war and more just like the armed forces of Sicily or of Sardinia walking into papal territory. And a ragtag group of religious zealots trying to stop them and failing. We did burn Rome. We did do that. That is true. They had it coming though. They were asking for it. Of all their political scheming and hostility. I swear if Britain doesn't push this. Oh no, they're sitting 400,000 men. It'll be fine. That's a bit overkill. I don't understand why we can't have a colony there. I guess we can. Yeah. Okay. Special military operation. No. This is a protracted skirmish. It's an unholy war. increase our profitability on some of these as well. If we have enough coal. No, we do not. We can never get enough coal. Victory is basically just constantly realizing you don't have enough coal and trying to figure out how to get coal and steel and iron and wood. We landed in Uruguay and we have occupied the Papal region there. Now it's just down to the British to push in La Plata and this war is done. So I'm missing anyone here? Nope. That is about it. Is this unreachable? It is unreachable. We should still be able to take it after we get enough war score. Oh, our military expenses are gone for the Navy upgrades. Just ridiculous cost on that. We can now actually expand our construction. So let's go ahead and build some more sectors. I hate that you get efficiency from stacking these. You should like decrease efficiency from stacking them. They should be spread out. No pressure, just waiting on you there, Britain. Wait on you. Can I navally invade it? Is there like a coastline access to this we need to get? I better check that before I realize it in a year. Nope. I literally cannot get to it. All of our improving relations because we need that to decrease our infamy gain. Having an excess of influence gives you a speeding up of reducing your infamy. Infamy is not the biggest deal in the world, but it is impactful. Certainly. Especially if you're conquering a lot. Geronimo D'Andrea. That's a good name for a general. I'm really trying to think of what we need to do with a colonial situation. There's just really, I don't think there's any way around us having to fight one of these huge powers. War is over. We have succeeded. The last of the Papal States have been pushed off of the Italian peninsula. Their holdings in West Africa are now ours. And we've taken a little bit of Uruguay and Bolivia as well. Which does open the door to colonies in South America if we want to go for that again. Now, that is an interesting idea. Castalla. I hadn't even thought about that. No, they have a defensive pact with the British. That's off the table. We're friendly with the Americans, we're friendly with the Mexicans, we're friendly with the Brazilians, so nope, no options. Hosokawa's a little bit of Chile, though. We could go after that. They lost their line in the Philippines. They have a tiny strip down there in the Spice Islands, but not really worth of much to us. Going after Chile wouldn't be the worst idea. It's not the most valuable, though. Actually, it kind of is. Damn. It actually kind of is. They're already at war with someone. that's an opportunity. As long as the fucking Chagatai don't stick their fucking nose in it. Oh, aggressive expansion so high though. And the radicals from Conquest are brutal. This is such a nice opportunity though. We can't even do it. They're cooperative? Get the fuck out. Let's start damaging relations with them. We'll have to wait until we can go to war. Apparently we're friendly. That is surprising. How are they all able to look for these specimens when we can't? That's what I can't figure out here. I think our decisions are bugged is what this is. Oh. Ah, the British found Uranus. Nice. We can go speak to the astronomer. Huh. That's an overview. It doesn't give us decisions, though. Musical contrition. Grieg is in Scandinavia. Brahms is in Germany. Can't send them to do anything though. How many do we own? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could get this without going into Germany. Resorghum into it doesn't let us form it, but it I think gives us a lot of options for doing stuff with it. We have to build an archaeology museum. Our buildings are bugged on that. Speaking of bug buildings, no one will go to the Suez Canal. Or the fishing wharves. God damn it. We have a port for them to get there, right? Yeah, we do. This is like the meme of like the scissors that have the zip ties on them that you need scissors to get. Like we need artifacts to build a museum, but to get artifacts we need to have the museum. Fucking L. I missed any. We don't have any experienced archaeologists either. if we look to like hire some generals to try and do this. One sec, I want to figure this out because there's a lot of cool stuff that comes about with this. So I think you can roll the archaeology trait. I think it is possible. Maybe not. Fuck it. No, looks like we won't be able to use it. That's a shame. What's a biotical? We've possibly got more colonies in northern Africa. I mean, like, where do you mean? We'd have to fight Egypt, who we're allied with. I don't know who else we'd get besides that. Well, we do have colonies expanding in like Libya and down in the south, but beyond that, I'm not too sure. Or we could go, I guess, with like the Northwest African region. We'd have to fight Germany, the British, or the Byzantines for that. None of which is easy. Oh, the British just broke their trade agreement. Cautious? The hell do you mean cautious? Buddy, we broke our alliance with the Chagatai for you. You don't get to back out of this. This is not how that works. You fuck. Views us as a militarily threatening neighbor, as a natural enemy. Did their government radically oh god. Okay, now I get it now. There are revolutionary socialists in government in Britain now with the liberals. That would do it. Fuck. The liberal tide, the corruption has spread once more to Britain from Germany. I almost said Bavaria. God damn it. They're trying to ban debt slavery too. Yeah, they're actively hostile. Fuck. Hey, buddy. It's been a while. How are you? So you remember when we like fought that war against you with the British? We didn't mean it. It wasn't personal. We got dragged into it. We listen. We're worse when we're apart. We're best when we're together. You know, you can't stay mad at these trade goods. You can't stay mad at this engine production, baby. You know you can't stay mad at that. Think about all those lovely Italian engine parts and glass. You know you want it. What the fuck is that jawline? He's got a new Sultan too. Arigaba Shebanid. Royalist aristocrat. He's alcoholic, greedy, firebrand, and an uncouth. We'll send an ambassador to drink a bunch of alcohol and smoke some opium with them. And we'll be back in their good graces. It's fine. Yeah, Biotical, I got the save working. I spent a couple more hours last night and I figured it out. I had found like a bunch of repository for old versions and mods, and I used some of those to fix it. Algeria. No, this is unpassable, so we can't go there. We've got colonies expanding down here, though. The business interests have started complaining about the existence of subsistence farmers in Timbuktu, stating their undeniable inefficiency. You're right. You're damn right. Getting ahead of the ball there. We're barely just colonizing this region. The business interests are like, listen, I know we just colonized this land literally last week, but, you know, all these people doing subsistence farming, we really need them in those factories. So you should get on that. You should do that right now. Money, money, money. Big Daddy Chagatai. You know, he's got that big battalion energy. You know, you can't say no to the big battalion energy. Hard to say no to that. Later? He might. I doubt it. I mean, he's a Tatar. Tatar? I'm saying that wrong. Well, that's the country's culture. Is it? No, it's his culture. Yeah. 57, though. The project to map the moon photographically has made progress. Beautiful. We got more photos of the moon. Defensive pact with Somalia? Yes. I guess now that we're not buddies with the British, they're willing to forgive us a bit more. They're very, very old school. Can we get them back into our economic block? That'd be especially nice. We can. We'll owe them an obligation and we'll invite them back into our economic block once more, making us even more competitive against the French and German blocks. Beautiful. Yeah, no kidding. I was very unhappy that we were going to lose that save. That was shitty. Mongolia's just kind of there. They didn't really modernize like the Chagatai did. They've kind of been left behind. They've really stagnated. Still the same dynasty all the way from Genghis Khan, though. So, I mean, this is a 600-year-old dynasty at this point. The potential interests are dissatisfied with the inclusion of the business interests in the government. Bold to assume we will even listen to what you have to say. Judge not that ye not be judged. It's funny how the church still thinks that they can talk to our government and will listen. That stopped 300 years ago. We are allied with Egypt and they are also in our customs union, Scythe. So, I mean, we could go to war with them. Wouldn't be very wise. I'll show you the market blocks again one more time, too. So, our economic block includes a lot of Africa, all of Egypt, all of Somalia, and Transvaal, which is an Egyptian colony. The British economic bloc includes Castile and all of South America, as well as Castile and Louisiana, which is independent. The French's bloc includes Quebec, the Americans, and the Scandinavians, as well as Novgorod. Or no, that's Scandinavia. They just really expanded. The Chagatai's market includes Lithuania and the Japanese and Korea. So those are the big mega trade blocks right now. And then the German bloc is just like all of the middle of Europe. It's just them and their vassals, but still very, very large. So those are all the economic trading groups we have currently ongoing. We went to the war with the Chagatai earlier today. There was a war that Britain declared against Japan to like open up the market of the Hosokawa. It was the Hosokawa, not Japan. And we had an alliance of interest with them, so we automatically joined. And last minute, the Chagatai hopped in to defend the Hosokawa, so we ended up fighting them and really hurt our relations with them. So we kind of went more to working with the British, but recently their new government that is formed is full of socialists, radicals, and they don't like us anymore. So we gotta go back to good old Chagatai, or try to. Adding Somalia and Egypt has made us need so much more industrial goods. We have a lot more production now, but we really need even more. You know, screw it. I'm just going to raise our production. Let's expand it a bunch more. How's our economy looking? I think we've stagnated a little bit here. Not really. We're still really close. The American economy has actually surpassed the British economy at this point. Wow. We're very far ahead of the French, at least. Yeah. When you manifest destiny, that's what it looks like. GDP goes straight up. Chagatai's economy is done pretty much the same too. Hell yeah, cheese. Got a feeling we could make a play to entice the Iranians into the customs union. I've been kind of keeping my eye on them for a similar reason. Send a diplomat back there as well. They'd make a very good natural ally, I think. Except given the Sunni Shia split, there might be some issues. I don't know if we have pan-Arabism forming yet. Probably not. No, actually, it was around this time period that kind of movements happened. We need to make some more plays for Italy here when we can too. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, no. Britain's back firmly on the side with the British, or with the Germans. I apologize. We could potentially pull in the Chagatai and Lithuania if we get back in their good graces, though. We're going back towards the Eastern Bloc yet again. Oh, it's gonna be so rough doing that. We just have to keep taking pieces until we can fire Risorgimento, I think. The Somalians are Nestorian Christians, actually. Of all things. Savoy is already supporting us for the unification, Mina. We have a defensive agreement with them. We're very close with the ruling royal family, and they are our singular supporter for Italian unification. Now, the Americans we used to be friendly with. We're actually still pretty friendly with them too, overall. They're just not really interested in us. We don't trade enough with them. Might be worth doing, actually. Yeah, they're the French customs union as well. That's why we don't have better relations with them. We're hostile to the French, and they're in the French Custom Union. Actually, are they still supporting us? I haven't checked in a while. Yeah, they are. Ah, Savoy. One thing that might be interesting to roleplay, actually, would be like the formation of Sardinia Piedmont, but he'd need to die suddenly. All right, here's the deal on the roleplay. If Duke Philippe Borcolin dies before he's 30, we're going to say he doesn't have an heir, and we're going to enter into a royal, like, kind of, we're going to basically inherit the throne of Savoy. So we'd form Sardinia Piedmont. If he dies before he's 30 randomly, we'll form Sardinia Piedmont. That's the condition. Because I think there is very good roleplay reason for that to happen here. Because they've been very loyal and supportive of us for a while now, actually. We did free them. Savoy was formed out of Napoleon's War of Castalla. He forced them to release a number of territories, and Savoy did get released out of that. So they've always really liked us and been loyal to us. I mean, we really probably set up this royal family in Savoy. They're like one of the offshoots of the old Castellan dynasty, and so we're related to them too. Be interesting, I think. Unlikely, but you never know. Yeah, Byzantium's independent. They really stagnated. They used to be so powerful. They've had a roller coaster ride the whole way. The main reason they're a backwater now is they're isolationist. They don't trade with anyone. They're isolationist, tenant farmers with state religion. They're just doing their own thing. They've really stagnated in recent years. Still the House of Obertingi ruling over them, though. I would really like to fight a war of Castalla. God damn it. We have a war against an uprising with the Revolutionary Papal Maghreb Company. That is laughable. We'll send some minor generals for some target practice. Always use some aim training. Have you planned any of our guest role players like we did in Cuba previously? Could have someone RP Savoy for a little while. I've thought about doing it a few more times. There's a couple people I've thought about. There's a couple people I really like to have do it, actually. But I've decided at this point, I will, if I do it again, it will be in Stellaris. I may do some more testing of it when we hit Stellaris for some of the alien races. And I'm going to be including a lot more of it when we do the next mega campaign. The next one I completely restart for single player mega campaign. It's going to be a lot different. There's a lot more I want to add into it. It'll be a lot more interesting, I think, and fun. Total War battles all the way to Vicky 3, by the way. All through CK3 and EU4, we're going to do Total War battles. Whole time. For the big stuff. And I've been experimenting with some AI shit that I think will be fun. I don't want to test it out quite yet, because like all AI tech right now, it's just every day it gets better. But for the next mega campaign, there's a bunch of AI stuff I want to incorporate too. Just to make, especially the videos better and stuff. More. It's the word. Immersive. That's the one I was looking for. Where's the next mega campaign going to be? I don't know. Probably on Earth somewhere. Tough to say. The Oyo are actually going to fight back now. Again, this is an like empire. It's just that they've really fallen into the depths of oblivion. I still haven't figured out what I want to do. We'll call that in the roleplay when we overview that. But regardless, they are explicitly declaring war. They're a bunch of disunified tribes at this point, as opposed to the centralized government we fought long ago. So we will dispatch the army. This one will be a little bit tougher. This will allow us to take some big chunks out of the Oyo as well. They change leaders really quickly, don't they? Yet again, the Navy won't get any action here, sadly. You really need it. And we're back up to the number 6 power. We can get to 5. We're pretty close to it, all things considered. See, how much more do we need? Oh, we need number 600. We'd really need to grow the military for that. Which I think will be doable in the future here. Our economy is about to blow up again because I've really expanded our production capacities here. Still all these problems with the radicals. That's mainly infamy. If we get that below 25, we'll be all right, but I don't expect us to be there for quite a while. So are there any states we need to start integrating? I haven't thought about that in a while, actually. I forget even how to do it. State actions, yeah. Albania, oh God, we can't do that though. We're going to cancel expanding our colonial focus. And instead, I'm going to work on us integrating Albania. We will not integrate any of their colonies. Asia wouldn't make sense. We'll just do Albania. That's fine. They're Italians. They should already be basically full citizens, so... You can put the RP that the multiple lost wars ruined economy just led to the country imploding. Yeah, something along those lines. I wanted, like, I've actually thought about it a few times, just randomly throughout the day over the last month or so, just randomly thought about it. And like, I think it would take something bigger than just that to really fully collapse an empire to the state that it's currently in. I thought about like something to do with like just like a much more intense strain of malaria outbreak that like obviously the local people would not have been as resistant and immune to. Something like that could definitely have collapsed the empire, right? Because one of the biggest, you know, inhibitors to modern West African nations developing and maintaining economic growth is malaria and disease related to it. So that was like the one thing I thought of that might justify this situation. Would be obviously losing numerous wars to Sardinia, the cost that took on the nation, and then like a more resistant form of malaria appearing that it took time to really build up resistance to compared to historically, where a lot of people in the region would have, you know, I guess genetic traits, right, that give them not total immunity, but much higher resistance to things like malaria. I was thinking about that. I was also thinking, there's a few other things. That was the only one that I thought could realistically justify the level of collapse of an empire of Yorubaland's power, right? I mean, they were significantly powerful in EU4, so really the only thing I can come up with. So what I think about ever since the end of CK3 and start of EU4, we never really recovered. CK3 or who? Biotical. Tyrannical classical African warlords. Yorubaland wasn't like that though. The Yorubaland we were dealing with, like in EU4, was a modern, very competitive empire, right? I'm trying to think of a comparison. I mean, they were like, we should have been thinking about them in the same way we thought about Egypt. Are they a little bit behind in some ways compared to the center of Europe? Sure. Does that make them any less like still relevant? No. Like Yorubaland was just as relevant as the Egyptians, as the Iranians, as like maybe even the Byzantines or us at some point, right? So it would have been something really major to cause them to collapse the way they did. Food starvation from cattle affecting pandemic. Yeah, that's another thing that definitely I thought about could have been. You know, I thought about using that justification when we had the save translation problems. So, but it would have needed to have been pretty existential for that to happen so quickly. And I mean, obviously it's a save translator issue we have to work around, but you know, it's also kind of fun to figure out interesting roleplay narratives for that, you know, I think. Okay. What do we really need to work on now? Let's work on some more basic goods. We can get those produced a lot quicker. Need a lot more transport. Let's expand our food industries. I know this isn't meta, but I think they're manned by shopkeepers, so it should be spread out. Otherwise, you have to, you know, distribute the food somehow. Okay. Do we really need more glass? Expand the opera house. Oh my god, it's already level 21? You know what's been expanding the opera house? It's been the private investment. All the nobles and capitalists are just funding like a mega opera house in Sardinia. That's hilarious. We haven't even needed to build it. Private interests literally built the opera houses, just like real life. Most cities, they were publicly funded by rich intellectuals, not the government. Not always, but a lot of the time. Like universities, they tended to be donated by rich billionaires or millionaires back in the day. Explosives. Wow, we need a lot of fucking steel and iron. I think Somalia and Egypt can fit the iron demand, but we need more steel. We need another 2,000. We need to build another 20. Sardinia opera is probably really fucking good. I bet it is, but I mean, compared to other places, I think Bavaria has a way bigger one in their capital. The fuck is their capital? I always forget. Isn't it Bohemian? Bavaria. They have a level 37 opera house in Bavaria, which is the center of the musical world in this era. We only have a level 21 opera house. And then Britain, I think, has a huge one too. Yeah, level 33 opera house. Yeah, we got some solid music going on here. We got some really good Italian composers, and you know, don't get me wrong, but the musical world is in Britain and Germany right now on this timeline. That's where it is. More railways. We need a lot more, actually. Problem is, all of our engines are being bought. Also, we really need to upgrade the military, and it's a very good time to do that. So let's work on some more naval bases. A lot of our Navy is going to come out of North Africa from here on out. That's good for now for the Navy. And then the barracks, I want to get us up to at least 100 right now. So we need another 21 barracks. This I do want to come out of Italy. 4, 9, 18. There we go. Given we're going to be fighting in wars primarily for the Italian unification, I think that we should be primarily recruiting our skilled, well-equipped military from Italy proper. So never updated these, did I? I think we probably don't have enough military equipment either, so we'll need to upgrade some of that. Industrial ports. We don't have electricity. Okay, that looks good. We're finally actually losing from our investment pool. It took a while. My God, 87 million. Swear to God, if the Chagatai join. That's weird. Why is it showing them as having so few troops there? Oh, that's just mobilized battalions and battalions in general. I see. Oh my God, Germany's over 1,000 battalions. Opera musical arms race? It was a pretty big deal for prestige in this time period, and we're such a large power, we definitely start to compete for it, so... Yeah, it wouldn't be a horrible idea. Just wait till the Great War comes. So let's go for artificial fertilizers. Vacuum evaporation. What's up, Guild? How you doing? We now have half the production power as Germany as well. Byzantium has rivaled us. Fully, we're both rival to each other now. We can fight Byzantium here. I have so many mixed emotions out of the roleplay personally about Byzantium in this campaign now. Like, I was rooting for them so hard in the early days of EU4 and CK3. But like, the amount of times they fucked us also makes me hate them. So like, I can't decide how to feel about them, but our country itself is hostile to them for sure. So I think another war potentially to go after Greece to turn that into a puppet underneath a dynasty of our own, like back in CK3, would not be the worst of ideas here. Yeah, and Egypt would be very interested in expansion here too. So I don't think we'd be very interested in giving Egypt large amounts of territory. We're economic friends with them, but it's 1892. There'd be a lot of racism still going on. So we wouldn't be looking for them to expand and encroach into Byzantium and into Asia, I wouldn't think. Yeah, they are the sick man of Europe. 100%. Isolationism. Like, holy shit, in 1892. All right, the war is on with the Yorubaland, if you can even call it a war. We're just steamrolling through their territory right now, really. In the peace treaty, we get colonization rights, to which will speed up all of our colonies going into their territories, if you remember, right? Yep. Increases the speed, your country gains colonization of their territory. Could be up here. All right. We have Jean Nicole now. Let's go for submarines. Ah, he's got the 5th helmet. Manuel Sanfelice. He's the general from the Balkans. Crusader state in Greece. Well, you got to remember, the Hellenic Kingdom one of the successor states of Byzantium when it got destroyed by the Mongols, we actually had a relative on the throne. So like all modern day Greece was like basically a Torres controlled area. They weren't even actually a vassal of ours. We founded them during that crusade back in CK3, and they ruled there for I think around like 80 to 100 years before the Anatolikon defeated them, forming Byzantium. Remember right. This fucking fly, dude. I hate flies. The back door to the house keeps getting left open, I think, when the dog goes out. So there's been so many the last couple days. It was good. Most of the summer we had like no flies in the house too. Not like last year. Oh, Jesus Christ. So annoying. I think I actually have some of those rolls of sticky tape left. I should put those up. A little bit of advice if you ever deal with fucking gnats and flies. You can get these like rolls of sticky tape, which like smell good to like, you know, gnats and flies and stuff. And you put it up, they'll get stuck to it and die. They're really nice. If you live in a place with a lot of them, you absolutely need that shit. I didn't use it for years. Nothing but regret. Let's look at our trade routes again. Silk from the Chagatai. Dyes from the Pagania. Does not import steel. We're making that domestically. Fucking hell, dude. Hardwood from Mexico. Iron from Mexico. Okay. We don't really have the bureaucracy to be doing this, though. See if there's anything else we can make some serious money off of, and then we'll call it. More fertilizer to Britain. I may go try and hunt this fucker down in a minute. No, not really. Okay. I have so many gnats and fruit flies, even though I've taken the garbage regularly and I don't use sanitizer. They're endless. I know. It's ridiculous. Gustavus Epirus and Byzantium still has parts of Finland. They still have Finland? Yeah, they do. They still own it. Most cursed territory taking in probably the whole mega campaign was Finland. Arab alliance with Mexico. They're very liberal. I'm not opposed to it. They're actually just very weak, though, is the main problem. Well, they've improved, but overall pretty weak. Just carving a path straight into their territory, right towards the capital. Well, do they even have a capital as a decentralized nation? They probably don't, do they? It used to be down here, though, back when they were a real empire in EU4. Long ago. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna grab something to eat, go to the bathroom, try and kill this fucking fly in my room, and I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes as well. I want to do a longer stream today, so I want to pace myself a little bit. I want to go kind of until I'm ready to stop, because we haven't done the grand campaign in a while. So I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the aggressive classical until then. Alrighty, I'm back. And I got the fucker. Little shit. And burn some incense too. Keep them away. Alrighty, back to the War of the Whale. First to deal with the magical new front. Sitting the Escamard. That button wrong? Cannot reach the front. What? I mean, you could move there. Huh. Are we technically cut off here? Because of impassable terrain or something? That might be what this is. That's very odd. Huh. Well, regardless, it's a decentralized nation, so we'll win even if we get all our supplies cut off, I would hope. So no issues there. No. 18 defense. They are using sabers and 20-year-old rifles. The project to map the moon photographically has made more progress. His work in the observatory and his published works have made our astronomer, Dr. Barberini Colonna, famous in the world of astronomy. He's now a famous astronomer. Wonderful. I mean, he is photographing the moon. That is pretty insane. For the time period, at least. I really wish I could use like there was a translator from Hoi 4 to like the modern day mod or to even like the Cold War mod. So we could do some like early space roleplay in these mega campaigns. That'd be really cool. There's no mods I think I've ever found that work with like base Hoi 4 that go like all the way into that era. Because I think even expanded tech goes up to like the 60s, I think, if I remember correctly, which is a real shame. That's one aspect, excuse me, of Millennium Dawn I really like is like the space stuff. It's a little bit confusing and could do it with a lot more work, but just, you know, from role-playing and general flavor perspective, it's so enjoyable. So I'm thinking our next major war may be against Byzantium. I'm really conflicted here because like in one way, the recent rivalry and our hostility towards Byzantium makes for a great time to go after them to make a Greek state. But on the other hand, Simon Torres is so focused on unifying Italy that we'd probably just continue to go after Ferrara or Bosnia or Lombardy or something. So, this is very conflicting. I do think his interest would be much more on Italy though, so we'll probably go after Bosnia next, or Ferrara. Unless the Chagatai join for the 100th time. Maybe it's just that like Italian culture and food is so prevalent now in Beijing, and the Sultan, the king now I guess, of the Chagatai likes Italian culture and food so much he's very interested in the affairs of Italy and Italian unification. Maybe that's why he keeps getting so involved with things. Germany's going to be annexing a state. What state is that? Dar al Kudi. Oh, up there in the north. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So we are completely cut off by Germany in the Niger Delta now. They've taken all of that. We still have a bit more we can go through north in Dahomey. All of our colonization will really have to come from the north now, coming down through Tripoli and then from Timbuktu to get more of Africa at this point. And that is not the prime territory we're looking for either. Is William Dawn built with the ground up mod-wise, no foundation from other modern day mods? They incorporated another modern day mod back in the day, I believe. I don't remember the name, but I know that two of them like formed to make William Dawn, but that was really early on. Like really early days. Beyond that, I don't think so. They make basically, I think, everything they do themselves, from what I remember. Let's go ahead and do more construction sectors. We can apparently afford it right now. We have such a huge surplus in the economy, despite actually using our military a lot too. Surprising, but we will certainly make use of that. Even more industrial growth. We're kind of actually even keeping up with the big industrial powers right now, for the most part. Let's look at that GDP again. We've been growing a lot slower recently, but still. No, yeah, the Britain and the Americans are really starting to pull away from us here. We're very much at the fifth rung. God damn it, so close. We set a new altitude record of 14,000 meters. We're getting closer to the British record. We're 2,000 meters away. Oh. Gotta take it from those dirty socialists. What's up, Warrior? How are you doing? Turn the music down a wee bit as well. And I'm gonna switch to another one real quick. Oh, let's go in theme here. Only Italian. Only Italian classical. This is a very nationalistic period in our history. Can't be committing traitorous offenses like listening to foreign classical. Going after Castalla would require us to fight the British, which I think our country would be very open to after recent events, but we'd need a big ally, which we do not have at the moment to succeed with that. Who's in control of Paris? No, they're very old school. Whoa, what the fuck? The Paris Commune? Oh my god. A council republic rebelled and formed a government in Paris. We're gonna go roleplay wise that like half the city has declared itself a sovereign socialist state. And the government in France is currently treatising with them instead of the actual issue, which is it's a mechanical thing. Wow. Yeah, part of Paris has gone dark. They've gone completely radical. We'll go roleplay wise that Germany has basically stated they're not going to intervene to fight a war, but if France tries to go to war with or annex the commune in Paris, they'll go to war with the French. So they're stuck with basically a large part of the capital city as an independent, autonomous socialist collective, and they are unable to go after them without facing the Germans. I think that'd make the most sense, honestly. Do we still have that one in New York? Yeah. No. The New York commune became a princedom. Oh man. There's not many non-socialist states left in Europe at this point. Scandinavians, the Lithuanians, the Byzantines, us, and the Castellans. Because the Dutch are pretty radical liberal too. Oh, not too radical. They're just liberal. God fucking damn it. Let's not get a whole army cut off and encircled in the middle of Africa. Portland. God damn it. We won the War of the Arubulans. We have forced a treaty on the local tribesmen, allowing us to expand much more quickly, and our colonies there. Fantastic. We have no active interest in Senegal. Yeah, look how quick we're able to colonize now. Oh, yes. How long until we incorporate Albania? 12 months. $4 million people there, too. High standard of living. I guess they're getting all their goods like imported from the German market. That's funny. Oh, we're getting so close. Our aeronautics is really starting to become more competitive, but we're still just shy of the British, sadly. Are there any journal entries we could actually focus on here? Not really. But our trade routes again now that we have all these new interests. We're not importing steel. That is not happening. Wood from the Germans and the Chagatai. Nope. Kind of stuck with what we got here, more or less. This is the game hinting that the socialist is the only way to progress civilization. I wouldn't say that Vic 3 is too, like, pro-socialist generally. Or communist. That's what I like about this. It reflects it economically, not in terms of like actual, what's the word? I mean, all have various benefits, and some are technically better than others from a mechanical perspective, but it's all just like it's how your economy functions. Just amuses me. Ah, it's fair. I think this is better politics causing this though, the better politics mod, because they are what making all the socialists split into these different groups and become more radical and follow a more historical line, which is really fun. So just like those random communist revolts you get in base victory. Relations with the Americans? I think we already are. Yep, we already are. Yeah, they could, Spartan. They could. If the Paris Commune goes to war with France, the British and the Germans will probably join them, and then they'll take France, and then France will be also socialist. Then there will be 3 major powers in Europe, all radical leftists. France just claimed all of Madagascar. If I read that correctly. Oh boy. Jesus fuck, dude. Making so much money. Let's lower taxes. Yeah, they are. The socialist hug box of Europe in this timeline. I mean, I think there won't be too much solidarity. Like the British and the Germans are working together now, but if you remember in EU4, like when Byzantium went a revolutionary government, they got basically cut down in size by the Germans. So we'll see what kind of socialist these countries go. There's a good chance they'll just do a bunch of infighting and solve the problem themselves, you know. I really don't want to get us over 50 infamy here for a little while until we can get these radicals down, because they are so ridiculously high right now. Sure, all our PMs are good. Except for explosive shells. We don't need that much ammunition. I'll do it for 1 though. There we go. Apparently that's a bad idea. Okay, we won't do that. The game will literally lie to you and say something is profitable when it's not, so you always have to be very careful of it. Lysandra would be proud. God damn it. Every time I hit escape to remove these things, I get rid of these events. No, I didn't. Okay. France has taken notice of our colony in Carsa Sardinian North Madagascar, attempting to enforce their claim on the region by demanding we cede the colony to them. You have some problems in Paris. Shouldn't you be focusing on that right now? We get infamy? Go fuck yourself. We're gonna remember that one. They have an alliance with the Lithuanians, though. The Americans, the Dutch, and the Scandinavians are the customs union. They have a defensive agreement with the Netherlands. Just their economic bloc makes them so strong right now. We can't fight a full war with them. France embargo Germany? Oh, come on. Listen, Germany. We're not a big fan of them, but if they go into a war with the French, we might be interested in some colonial concessions here. Might be willing to fuck the frogs over a little bit. I hate that event. It screws your infamy so bad. All right, the steel industry, the railways, and then we're gonna get into the naval bases and the barracks, and we'll have a military. A proper, modern, competitive military. Fernando Barberini Colonna seems to forget more and more things. Maybe it's time to help him step down as an astronomer. Fuck. He goes senile. Well, if he's that old, I think we should probably retire him. How old is he actually? Only 62 though. It's a young man's game. Science. In this time period. We need a lot more art too. Fine arts. We have Cuba in our customs union. Why do we not have enough sugar? Chagatai is eternal. Chagatai is everywhere, constantly, all the time. God fucking damn it, dude. I think we do need the rest of Sinai for this. I'll do that in the save edits for next week, just at least till we get it fully filled up. Now we're really just waiting. Gotta wait for those industrial buildings to get done and then the military upgrades. And for our infamy to go down again after we got fucked by that event. That is embarrassing. I feel like if he only went up half his previous record, he probably shouldn't even tell us about it. That's something like you just don't tell anyone. King is pretty good. He's getting older now. 66 years old. He is loved. Same traits as before. Tough, ambitious explorer, celebrity commander. Our young boy is 6 years old. Donato Torres. We're really moving now, colonially. Good. Get an alliance with the Brazilians. Let's go for that. I do not mind owing them an obligation. That is fine. Get an alliance with the Somalians as well. Nothing else too major we can do here at this point. Rubber Rashinaka in Sumatra. All right, we formally have an alliance with the Brazilians. I mean, we had one in the EU4. We kind of more or less had one at the beginning of Vic 3, but after the Civil War, we lost a lot of support from them. But we are back up to very close relations. They've been our most consistent ally. They tend to almost always help us when we need it. And they have not backstabbed us so far, unlike everyone else in Europe at this point, so. Anyway, defensive pact with Castella and the British as well. I'd love to try and convince them to join our economic bloc, but they're pretty in deep with the British right now. Let's go for bolt action rifles. And we can add torpedo boats to our fleet now. And Jean-Nicole. Not expanding in Tripoli anymore? We might have hit our max on it. I think we did, yeah. No valid targets for colonization. We're still going down in the south, though. Do not ask me to try and explain the border gore that is Africa colonization in Vic 3, because I cannot explain it to you. I don't understand it half the time. We can't actually integrate the company either. Socialism unlocked? Oh no. A political ideology that encourages common social ownership of the means of production and self-management by workers rather than the upper class. Socialism has come to Sardinia. I feel like it's been here for a while, but I guess most people understand it now. Grandson's good. He's 6 years old. Nothing else has really changed with him. The heir apparent. I mean, that probably will make the liberals get a lot more popular, to be fair. Oh, we are so close to the record. We need to get to 1,500 or 15,000 feet to beat the British. One day. Yep, there it is. The reformist socialists are getting a lot more popular. They're claiming that they're under systemic opposition, or they are systemic opposition. Let's look at the politics. We haven't done that in a while. Politically, in terms of power, it's the business interests, the conservatives, and the liberals have a fair bit. Bureaucratic interest, reactionaries. Radical liberals have 6% clout and 232,000 people supporting them. Mostly laborers, engineers, clerks, and machinists. The radical revolutionary socialists have 1 million people supporting them now, almost entirely laborers and machinists. That is way more than I like to see there. That's very dangerous. The reformist socialists have 335,000 supporters, mainly laborers and machinists. A lot of radicals. Well, we've been decreasing taxes, so they can't complain too much here. Christ, we need more bureaucracy. We're going to get 300 back when we stop pouring Albania, but we need another 300. Add even more administration to the queue. Role play where the bad guy is right, like the Germans are the good guys, right? This campaign is just full of morally gray political states. We're number 4. We are a great power. We passed the US. No way. Oh my gosh, we're really getting up there. Oh, this is the first time in Vic 3 we've been a great power. Fuck yes. Goddamn American monarchy has nothing on Sardinia. Oh, yeah. The economy really needs to catch up, though. Get all these military upgrades, and we will be able to cement that position. Push the Americans down where they belong. Below us. A big moment underneath Simon Torres as well. He definitely redeemed the actions of Solomon after we were plunged into chaos. The right is holding at 69% of the vote. The left got 24%. The socialists got 6%. Or the communists, rather. PSI is radical. Probably. They're all radical. All dirty liberals. What's up, OES? We are a great power now on the great scale. Oh, beautiful. How do we show up in that mechanic? Is expansion into Oyo for colonies automatic or does it need renewing? It only needs renewing if you get that weird board, like jumping. Yeah, like this. That's when you need to. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Ace. Sometimes it'll tell you you don't have colonies for a little while and then you'll be able to do them after a bit. I don't understand why. Not a single clue. Colonialism needs a massive overhaul for Vic 3. I think diplomatic and AI issues and then colonial issues are the biggest two priorities after the military rework, I'd say, for them to work on. And that shit does not need to be a DLC. That's some base game stuff they need to fix. We have a lot of infrastructure issues too. We'll get to that after the military overhaul. This, whatever it is not worth it. I was worried about that. There's a leftist bloc with the liberals, the bureaucrats, the professional interests, and the radical liberals. And then there's this straight up far left bloc. Revolutionist socialists, trade unionists, and reformist socialists all working together. They're pretty strong, not gonna lie. They've got a lot of supporters. Can I start exiling their leaders? I think we'd definitely be thinking about that at this point. We could actively suppress them. We have the authority for it. We're going to repress the revolutionary socialists and we're going to repress the trade unionists. Damn right. Suppress them into nothing. With the recent economic boom and becoming a great power, might it be time to get the Suez Canal? That is more of a question for the game, sending people to actually work the Suez Canal. I'm going to do a save edit for next week where I take the whole Sinai and then we'll be able to have people working it. But for now, we're kind of just screwed. We've had it for a long time. The Soldier King? I don't know, what would Simon's nickname be? That's tough to say. There's a lot of things it could be. We found oil in Tunisia. Oh, yes. We don't know that's important yet. One day we will. Yeah, unfortunately, Paradox doesn't have like a Night of the Long Knives button for the socialists, so not an option. We can exile them. We only want to radical them, get rid of them if they're competent, though. Yeah, so for example, he's actually pretty competent. So we're going to exile him. That'll get all the socialists even more radical, but that's fine. Beautiful. Wait, no. God damn it. She's even more competent. God damn it. We're gonna exile her too. Oh, we can't. God damn it. We exiled the leader of the Revolutionist Socialists for being competent, and Manuela Cataneo replaced him. And she's even more inspirational. Jesus. Fuck. Kind of shot ourselves in the leg there. It's fine. Much to the dismay of the Academia Nacional de la Ciencia, today it was noted that despite the promise to promote the country's archaeology, no effort has been made. Because the game does not allow. God damn it. The game did not allow us to build this building. Wait. Well, surely we can't fuck up that hard again. There's no way. All right, he's incompetent. We'll keep him in charge of the trade unionists. Yeah, see, she needs to go. She's ambitious and a political operator. Lucrezia Ricciardi. We're gonna banish her. And we can't exile any more dissidents. Fuck. Well. Our secret police aren't doing a very good job, are they? The Revolutionist Socialists have expressed their concerns about the government clearly favoring the interests of the business interests. Who let this fucking radical into the government building? Have him removed at once and have the place cleaned after. Should need a lot more, I think, dockyards probably. Military dockyards. Oh, actually still at surplus. Huh. That's surprising. The Great has gotten a bit overrated and may have been officially given to Solomon. Solomon the Fourth got the Great for sure. He'll be the Great, so it need to be something else. The Reclaimer. There's a good one. Simon the Reclaimer. You got more photos of the moon. Nice. How close are we to getting that completed? Oh, really close, actually. Fuck. Newly formed party. The Communist Party. They're straight up. They're not even. God damn it. They're not even pretending it anymore. I liked it more when they pretended. No, wait, this is a good thing. The radicals just split. The Revolutionist Socialists split from the PSI. They formed two separate parties and they don't like each other anymore. So our secret police did do a good job. She may be more competent, but she's also more radical and less willing to work with her compatriots. So in the end, it was a good thing. No one needs to get fired or get the firing squad. It's fine. The secret police did their job. The radicals are breaking up. They're not working together anymore. Good. Good. The Redeemer. That's a good one, too. Yeah, there's another fucking fly in my room. I swear to God. Man, since ran out. God damn it. Would this era constitute the Italian Renaissance? I think it'd just be like a really interesting cultural era, Enrec. Similar to like how the actual like 19th century was for Italy. I mean, it was a culturally very rich, very interesting period. It's like just not the Renaissance though, right? And science was making just huge steps, but it continued to just maintain that obviously until the modern era anyway. So. It's just that we're so used to scientific breakthroughs now, we just take it all for granted, sadly. Is it? Revolutionary Carso Sardinia East Indies. Well, that's not happening. That is not fucking happening. We're gonna dispatch Palmyra to the front in Asia. It's a very small uprising, not too large. What's their government? Provisional, it's a radical government. Yep. Extremely radical. Underneath President Dorothea Slay. She's a calm doctor. Do you think that Simon would die before Italy is unified under the great state of Sardinia? Probably. I'm gonna try and take a shot at Italian unification here, but we got another 10 years or so, I think, to try and build up to that point. Sulawesi. Why not? They do have a lot of goods we could use in Asia, so we'll give them a trade agreement for now. We can reevaluate it later if needed. Alright, how's our military looking? 52 flotillas and 84 battalions. That should go all the way up to 100. I want to get our flotillas up to 100 as well, optimally. Oh, we're getting a war with the Congo here. Oh no, what's going on? Oh, we're getting a Congo in the south. Let's see. We'll send our smaller secondary armies to deal with that. The Chagatai took basically all of the Congo, though. Germany took all of modern-day Nigeria. Chagatai took most of Western Africa alongside the British, and then we got a lot of the northern, very unimportant poor region. Do you think the only way for Italy is World War I? Pretty much. We'd have to fight most of Europe to get it at this point, really. I'll show you what the unification play looks like. We'd be fighting Germany, Britain, Gran Colombia, Castilla, Banat, France, Provence, Ferrara, Bosnia, Byzantium. No. It'd be pretty existential. And if we really grow our military and we can get another big ally here, like the Chagatai or something, it is doable, but it will be rocky. We're nowhere near ready. I think we could be ready for that probably by the time like World War I happened. I think we're looking at a World War I for Italy situation here at this point. We gotta hope we can make some more allies and that the radicals stop continuing to grow in Europe. France especially, I'm worried about falling. The commune that they did take back though. Paris is fully back under the control of the ruling monarchy, the Salians. See you around, Guild. Dude, this fucking fly. We need to put down the revolutionaries there as well. We sent the majority of our forces there. They have no allies. We'll crush them very quickly. The leftists. Yep, just immediately. Walked right through them. Bunch of peasants brandishing rifles and sticks. Ugh, liberals. Everyone know how to fire a gun if it hit him in the face. Administration, railways. How much more transportation do we actually need? A lot. That's a big thing for standard of living too. So let's build another bunch here. We need to build a lot of them. They also have a ton of machinists and laborers who are literally contributing to these radical parties as well. It's the goddamn train lines. That's what's causing these socialists. Dr. Vernazi is a promising talent from the scientific community and qualified as an astronomer. Absolutely. Start trying to get photos of the moon again. We got more from it. Not until we get electric trains. All right, fuck it. We kind of have to do it. Let's expand the train lines in Italy proper. That's where all our industry is. And we'll expand the train lines in North Africa again as well. Have a good one, Slayer. That game is so boring. I think it's boring to watch. I played it last night. Starfield's fun to play. It's not fun to watch. I tried to watch Starfield gameplay like when it was coming out on YouTube and I was bored silly. And I played it and I actually did enjoy it. It's just not a game that's really meant for viewing, I don't think. That's why I won't be streaming it. I don't think it's entertaining to stream or to watch. But I'm sure as fuck will play it. But I'm a sucker for a sci-fi game, so, you know, probably a lot of bias going on there. 1v1 for someone's colonies. The thing is, there's so many political and economic power blocks in this game, there's like no one we could really do that with. I don't think. Yeah, there's really not. Everyone's in one of those domino alliances at this point. Oh, the combat needs work, that's for sure. It's very similar to Fallout 4's combat. Very, very similar. He crashed his balloon and was killed. Thank God. He was an embarrassment to the nation. Terrible. Anyway, who else wants to be a balloonist? Truly horrible. Bastard couldn't beat a record to save his life. Ate too much goddamn spaghetti. He'll get an unmarked grave somewhere in Napoli. Here lies the failed balloonist. Liberal revolt squashed in Sumatra. Not a chance. And we've beaten the Congo too. We're just waiting for the tribes to give us a terms. Peace deal. When we're done with the railways, I think I want to expand the military more. Do we have enough? We need a lot more small arms. Artillery is so cheap. Should balance it out more or less, I think. Yeah, then we need more ammunition. A lot more ammunition. And there we go. Why the fuck are we producing men of war? Oh, because other people in our customs union. The Egyptians and Somalians are using men of war, so they're still producing them. But they're producing too many, and they're not maintaining navies, so it's a complete waste. He was not aerodynamic enough, Scythe. We need an aerodynamic balloonist. If he resembles the thing he's flying, he's not right for the job. Yeah, we will expand the Navy then. I need another 40 flotillas. We'll go by 20 so we don't just destroy our economy by accident. Got the War of the Congo. That'll work. We'll need even more ammunition after, but we just have to change the PMs for that. The buildings we had are plenty good. Can't we get any more colonies? No. The borders would end up looking really nice if we could take the western portion Egypt has, but I don't see that happening given our friendship. Unless we make a trade. I may have to go hunt this fucker down. Dude, bugs piss me off. I fucking hate flies and gnats. Failed? Well, Francesco Valiante, you are following in the footsteps. You're a fucking socialist! Who the fuck hired this man? A jingoist socialist. He's hated. He's disliked. How do I kill this man? This game won't let me do it. I'll have to go get a pistol. Unacceptable. Why can't I click on him? Can't even fucking exile him. Unbelievable. I want to know who hired that man. He's also getting fucking shot by the firing squad. These liberals, they're getting to be everywhere. They're fucking pests. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go hunt down this fly. I'm gonna get the fly swatter in a second. Alright, I think I got the fucker. He went down like a World War II bomber when they get hit. Better not have fucking survived. Alrighty. You mother... God damn it, he's not dead. It's fucking mocking me. It's mocking me. The laborers of the silk plantations in Umbria have been affected significantly by the loss of the silkworms. Again? No, they need aid for it. We'll give welfare payments. We're going to continue to subsidize the silk workers. Even if you break a record, it will be nothing for our country, Valiante. A record from a socialist is not one at all. You're not a citizen of this country. You're a fucking German. Disgusting. The fact that you can't get rid of radicals, balloonists, or astronomers is bullshit. And again, scientific community in the 19th century and early 20th century was very, very liberal, to be fair. In November? All right, next time he goes ballooning, when he lands on the ground, you know what? No, he is not even going to land on the ground. We're going to let him know with loudspeaker that he's not to stop ballooning until he reaches the border of Germany. He's not allowed to touch down in Italy. Or, sorry, Sardinia. We're not there quite yet. All right. 3 more years until we can exile him, actually. Disgusting. Come on, you fucker. Oh, did I get him? No. Gnats. I like summer weather most of the time. I don't like summer bugs. Besides about winter, you're freezing your ass off, but at least there's no goddamn bugs. Our economy is growing fairly well again. Massive rail lines being developed all across Italy and North Africa. Italian peninsula, I should say. The game would not allow us to make a zoo. Yeah, true. Someone needs to unironically develop like an anti-air system with like, I don't know, what you'd even shoot, like BBs. Is trained to shoot down flies in the air. I'd pay money for that. Like a little object in the shape of an AA gun from World War II you can put in the middle of a room as like a tracking system and could shoot down flies. That would be nice. I'd pay a reasonable amount of money for that, especially in the summers. We still have a pretty big surplus in our treasury, so I won't raise taxes, even though we are running a bit of a deficit here. I'm hoping long-term that the general GDP and wealth growth of our people will be enough to compensate here, but we'll have to see. We can always try consumption tax as well. Oh, the commies too. Exactly. Commies, flies. I mean, what's the major difference, honestly? They're both pests. They're both annoying. And both of them, when they get out of hand, are really a real problem. So I don't see the difference here. Potato, potato. Hmm. 100 flotillas. That's what we're going towards. One day. They came for the flies. The speed at which Germany got the Nile, the Nigerian Delta is kind of crazy. Definitely increasing that economy even more here. Stupid jokes can often be the most entertaining. Depends on the situation, the context. You should have figured out by now, my sense of humor half the time is just stupid puns. And I find those the most entertaining, honestly. I like absurd comedy. I like absurdism in general. And I view stupid jokes as kind of absurd in a way. It makes such a mockery of humor. It's funny. The runway accident in Act was narrowly avoided heavy fatalities due to the quick thinking of the train's engineer, who perished in the crash. Only a few people died, but the wreckage will still take some time to clear. Goodness for the quick thinking engineers. We are not going to support the trade unionists here. This is not their moment. Based on the way the ideology of this game is going, I think there is a good chance we may actually get forced to go leftist here, because like they're growing very quickly in our government right now. We probably should make more political concessions to keep them happy, but that can have the effect of making more people support them. So a healthy amount of censorship will go a long way. The ongoing Pabrina outbreak has spread to Crete. We had silk plantations in Crete? Wow. Motherfucker. Maybe a safe edit to purchase the land off the Egyptians? Perhaps. It is, I think, fairly valuable. Yeah, there's a lot of people there. That'd be a big buy. I don't know if I could justify that roleplay wise. Maybe a colony or something, but I don't really want to do that. Yeah, they're going to War of Oyo for also expanding their colonies there. Yes, indeed. We may not see any fascists or Dems at all in Hoi 4. Fascism tends to creep up in like the 1910s or 20s. So fascism will, like, politically will just like blow up out of nowhere. Better Politics has a thing for it, and it will really move very quickly. So we will see fascism. The question is where? There's always the likely suspects. Watch as like the Chagatai or something end up going fascist. I can see the Americans doing it this timeline. Oh, they've got a new king, emperor. Guillaume Alfonso de Ficomont. He's a pacifist evangelical, arbitrary, and he has a psychological affliction. That's not much of a king. He is hated. Wow. He does have nice sideburns, though. Yeah, that's one thing he's got going for him. Wow. He formed a government with the trade unionists? Oh no, America. What the fuck are you doing? Is he a radical? He's pacifist. He's a fucking pacifist trade unionist is what he is. Now I know why we're ahead of the United States. Assassinated ruler. The old king, the old Ficomont king, he was murdered. What? Only by the trade unionists. Fucking bastards. Whoa. They're getting bolder. They're getting real bolder. Huh. Wow. Okay. It's a very strong America too. If they go socialist, oh boy. We're in bad shape here. We're retaining a non-radical government. That is fucking crazy. No, I do not want to. Huh. The Chagatai are damaging relations. They are now belligerent. We need allies. Oh god, we need allies. We need to build up the navy too. We gotta just build the navy. Nothing else right now. No one else will work with us. I mean, we do have some people. No, we have one. Is that all we have left? Oh my god, that's all we have left. Only Savoy has a defensive pact with us. Not even the Brazilians do anymore. Oh boy. Everyone's defending their borders right now. No one wants to enter into defensive agreements. Okay, so we need to focus entirely on the Navy right now. We're not going to win the land war with the Chagatai, but if we can stop them from navally invading us and can beat them on the seas, we have a shot here. The colonies will fall, though. Oh, no. They're going to be able to get to North Africa from their colonies, too. The Dutch want an alliance? Of all people, the Dutch? No, they do not. They very much do not. Yep. We need that navy, and we need it yesterday. We're about to get bolt action rifles. That will help too. Then we need to immediately go for pre-dreadnoughts and destroyers. We gotta have the tech advantage. That's the only chance we got here. Let's expand our universities too. When we have a minute. Let's expand the universities of Campania. Build that up to a 15. Sardinia up to a 10. We'll build up a Tuscany University to 5. And then the University of Marrakesh. We gotta get a tech advantage going on here. This is about to be emergency mode. I don't trust the AI not to just start taking things wholesale. How big is their navy? 400 flotillas. Oh boy. We still have an ambassador there? We do, it's just not working. The French want to work with us. Maybe the Scandinavians? Nope. Definitely not. We really are standing alone. What's up, Tall? We are unable to get any more allies. We have basically no one. We have to build up our army and our navy, mainly our navy. We need to get up to 250 flotillas, and then we need to build up the army. We gotta just militarize. fully and completely right now. Total war. The fucking wage subsidies. No. Absolutely not. Oh, they're going to get all the soldiers from Italy too. One mechanic I have so much issue with is the revolution system and how they get troops. It's ridiculous. That'll be solved after the war, the military update. But until then, I'm not going to fight this war. I'm not going to let it fired because they're going to take all of our troops since they're firing in Italy. So we're not doing that. I refuse to cooperate with that ridiculous system. They really want wage subsidies, but we're not going to do that. We're not suppressing them enough, I think. We need to suppress them more. Suppress, I should say, the reformist socialists, and they're going to start suppressing the radical liberals as well. Abraham Lincoln was a John Brown figure and led revolts. I'm not too sure. I mean, he was actually a character in the game because he always, I think, spawns in Vic 3, but I guess he just didn't do too much. I'm curious to see if we're going to actually see a revolution from the native dominated southern states in the Americas at some point. I was kind of hoping we get a civil war, given all the southern states are the tribes which are being more or less repressed. Yeah, very high turmoil. Not yet though. It's actually going to fire. Oh my gosh. He would have been born in Castellan, Michigan in this timeline. That's true. He would have learned to speak Spanish. Go 3 dreadnoughts. Got a bolt action rifles. I wonder if he's a character. Probably not. There's no way to search characters up in the game, I don't think, is there? No, just locations. There's no glossary for characters, which is a real shame. There should be. One of the big issues with Vic 3 right now is there's no way to like see the history of what's happened in the game, and there's no way to search through characters and things like that. Not sure why they don't do that. Communist Scotland. Radical socialist. Well, we'll see where they are in a good 100 years, to be fair. They could be much more leftist. A group representing the business interests has requested state investment to develop a process to create synthetic silk as an alternative to the Pibrine rack silkworm industry. Oh, that's expensive. Let's do it, though. That'd be really hurting the economy. Silk is so key for our luxury clothing industry. Where's the music quiet? There we go. A group of revolutionaries has carried out a robbery in Carso Sardinian State Bank in Calabria. A significant amount of money has been stolen and redirected into revolutionaries' coffers. Will increase the security. We built all the flotillas. They're going to expand very slowly, I think, is what will happen here. Yeah, we have 98 now. Slowly but surely. The big thing is it usually takes a while to find officers because they actually need to be fairly well educated in order to have them. And your ships do not get built and function until you have them. So we are going to have a very large navy. It will just take time to slowly build it up and to construct the ships and things like that. Bolt action rifles. We'll get trench works after this as well, and we'll get the modern trench military just before when World War I would happen. We'll probably get it in, like, I'd say 1905, something like that. So how long are we in right now? 6 hours. A while longer. Committee of publishers associated with the independent socialists that produce incendiary pamphlets has been brought before the courts. We'll muzzle the publishers. We also really need to exile some of their leaders here. 35 more months. I don't understand why they just put like a subjective time on like all exiling, period. It was very commonplace in many governments, you know, now even, but especially in history, just mass exile political dissidents. I guess it's just so easy to spam or something like that. Which is fair. The true tragedy is we won't be able to exile Valiante. Disgusting. Okay, let's work on more battalions. In North Africa this time. World War I. Yeah. It's all leading up to that right now, really. Because when we go for our big plays, everyone in Europe joins, essentially. Oh, what's going on? Our government doesn't subsidize barracks, so we have to make them manually, which will increase our costs, but will only last as far as we make them. Revolution in Brazil. Let's grab power. That does not concern us. We're about to get a war in Botswana, or Tswana, I should say. We will dispatch a small contingent under San Felice. Mobs has surrounded an arsenal in Albania, threatening to seize the arms and munitions stored within. While the guards are staving off attacks for now, if no relief is sent from the arsenal, will fall to insurrectionists. We'll send in a relief column. It sucks because I want to play out revolutions. They're very interesting, but when mechanically they just like will secede with half your country, even when there's just like a small contingent of the country supporting them without like a centralized military or like, you know, proper paramilitary guard organization, it's so silly. Because right now they're going to secede with all of Italy and most of North Africa, even though like all of the radicals in the country put together, which aren't even in this group, would be only a fourth of the country. None of the military as well, or a small part of it. Most of the socialist supporters are not from the military. They're from laborers and from machinists. Boing. Fuck. I clicked right on the button when an event popped up. I don't even know what I picked. I think it was the ballooning ones, though. No idea. The business interests have started complaining about the existence of subsistence farms in Malta. That is certainly an issue. General Mario Buffalaria has noticed severe unrest in West Micronesia and has proposed using the army to suppress agitation in the area. While his political allies support him, there's a heavy risk in following the plan. Yep, might as well give it a shot. Can't hurt things more than they already have gotten to. The Italian dream requires us to fight half of Europe, so a little far at the moment, I'm afraid, but we're moving towards it. We're militarizing it in preparation for probably World War I, essentially, to form Italy. Sometimes, Glue. Often it's more or less what they say it is, which is usually ridiculous amounts, but not, you're right, not always. Tough to know what you'll get. Colonial conflict in the south. That'll be over very shortly. The British have rivaled us. Yep. The revolutionary socialists are fully in control of the British government now. They fully control parliament with the liberals. We can form an alliance with the Scandinavians. I mean, I think they'd be pretty terrified of the world right now like we are, so we're gonna form an alliance with the Scandinavians. Let's see if we can get any others. We'd just be desperate. Our diplomats would be scrambling to run around all of Europe right now trying to find anyone willing to fight the radicals. My God. All right, let's see if there's anyone else. Cuba's not our customs unit anymore? Overlord Germany. They joined the German customs union? Fucking traitors! Holy shit. Oh man. Perhaps Simon Torres has been too lenient in his time. Too liberal. Too reformist. Too docile. Perhaps we need to try this a different way. Every time we try and work with countries, they always betray us. The history of House Torres speaks to that very clearly. Fuck, expensive taste. Every time. I think Cuba needs to be brought more permanently under control, but everything requires us to fight a super state at this point. If it's not the Germans, it's the Chagatai, or it's the British. As I said before, total militarization. It's the only path forward. Oh yeah. It is time. We're going to build a bunch of fortresses in Fez to block off the west, fortresses in Tunis to hold the capital of the African holdings of Sardinia, fortresses in the home isles, and then fortresses in the north of Italy as well to block any attempt to move south. Belligerent crowds are getting increasingly provocative when confronted with troops in northern Sumatra. Hardliners and government are demanding tougher responses. Disperse the crowd. This is not the time for weakness, that is for certain. Need to raise the standard of living too. That would help a lot after we get a bit more of a bigger military here like we need to do. They're probably missing fuel, which is really what we need electricity for. But until we get that, we actually could get it very quickly. Let's grab our electricity real quick, then we go back and finish off pre-dreadnoughts. Now we can't hold the Pacific. Maybe to build some in Sumatra, but beyond that, no. It's not really valuable enough either overall. The majority of the economy is based out of northern Africa and in Italy, so that's really what we need to fortify here. It's going to cost us a lot to build this, but it will be worth it. Let's raise taxes. The people are already angry at us. With discontent among the revolutionist socialists on the rise, ununiformed military interest members in North Sumatra, fucking paramilitary guards, oh boy, have formed detachments to directly repress the revolutionaries. I've never heard of this before. No idea. Strange. Convenient, but odd. Never heard of it. We want to, Sumatra, yes, absolutely. I will build some there, but I want to do some other things first. The main areas we need to fortify right now is in our central holdings here. Because if that falls during a war, it is over. We lose parts of Asia in a war, it'll be inconvenient, but we can still do a lot. All right, our infamy is not the worst now. We're not getting more radicals from conquest off of it, at least. It'll allow us to sustain ourselves a little bit. All right, we'll let them celebrate. Actually have a lot of army power projection, don't they? Do we have more interests? We have 7 more. Whoa. Canada. Yeah. We'll do all of that. Perks of being a great power. One of the king's trusted ministers, Ferdinando de Albergo, has been abducted by rebels and spirited away to a hidden location. The rebels have declared that de Albergo will be executed if the government does not offer them a ransom. Send in the army! We not negotiate with radicals. How old is he now? 70. Shit. Only 6 more months. Navy stacks up pretty good. If we get to 200, we'll be top 4. Battalions, we got to get up to 200 as well. Ah, Brahms just died. All right, we're at 6 hours. This is a good place to end for the day. I think I'm going to call it here, 6 p.m. We're going to continue this next Saturday now that the save is stable. We'll do that next Saturday. I'll probably just do only Grand Campaign next Saturday as well. I'm thinking, most likely, because I want to get further into it, a little bit further along towards Stellaris at this point. So I think we'll do that mostly for next Saturday. Next Sunday, I think we'll start the RimWorld campaign as well. I'm going to be joining the next Vic 3 multiplayer when that starts. I don't know when that is, probably a few weeks on Sundays. That'll be starting then as well at some point. So just a heads up, next few weeks. Beyond that, let's see if there's anyone to raid or not. There is not. All right, we'll call stream here today. Hope everyone enjoyed. Things are getting very spicy here. We are in the process of fully militarizing under Simon Torres in his older years. We have Britain and Germany that have now fallen to radical liberalism, and France and America are very close to doing it as well. And we have a hostile Chagatai preparing possibly for war with us, given they're belligerent. So we need to militarize quickly. And I'm thinking, we've had a lot of peaceful eras in Victory. I think we're just going to probably have a ton of war to end it off. There's a world war coming for sure, at the very least. And there's a lot of major wars for us. So I don't think Vicky 3 will end without a pretty big bang. All right, folks, have a good rest of your weekend, and I will catch you very soon.